And that clock has hit 0, friends. Alright. Let's tone that down just a little bit. And there! Long time no see. Alright, first things first, let's swap over to game audio. Because it's just as soothing. Maybe a little less high up tempo, but that's fine. So, I was originally just going to play this game by myself, just as a fun little puzzle. And then I read that... Let's go to the emails. So you start the game, you have a mailbox. And we can read our introduction to our new company. Dear new employee, thank you for joining Shenzhen Longteng Electronics Company Limited. We aim to be a world-leading company in the electronics industry and a respected brand with products in homes, offices, and public spaces across the world. Longteng Electronics was founded on the following principles: diligence, connections, and salubriousness. I'm not going to read all of those. You have some nice little introductions from your team here. From Carl Teskey. Welcome to Southern China. It's alright, I suppose, except for the heat, smog, and lack of decent cheese. Agreed. Newest ace engineer is gonna kick it. Yeah, totally. Brings and welcome to the team. You know, the welcome emails you get in the office. Stuff like that. Then I read this bit. This game instructs you to go out and print a 47-page manual and put it... What I love about this... So, this is the starting sheet. Let me read this out. For the best Shenzhen I/O experience, we highly recommend printing this manual and assembling a binder that you can refer to as you play. To assemble the binder, simply follow these instructions. Get a 0.5-inch 3-ring binder. I got a 2-ring, so I'm already breaking the law. Such as this. It recommended binders. It sent me 2 Amazon links to buy binders and dividers. And a set of 5-part tab dividers. Print this PDF. Place the cover sheet in the front of the binder. Fold or cut the reference card into quarters. And place the 3 story documents, 2 emails and 1 visa application form, in the inside front pocket. If you obtained Avery 11110 dividers, we are not sponsored. Reprint the tab insert page on the tab paper. Otherwise, cut, fold, and place the tab inserts into the section tabs you are using. For engineering notes section, use whatever engineering paper you prefer. So, those were the instructions. And naturally, I went out and got a hole punch. So this is a binder. Labeled it. This used to be my old English binder, actually. And as you can see, I've gone and made all of it. It comes with full documentation, code for everything, how all of these things operate. And this is going to be an experience. Application notes. So you're starting at the very basics. It gives you example circuits and code. Let's see how close I can get that before the focus dies. There we go. And it comes. It's a 47-page binder. This was printing for like half an hour. And I had a brief read, Didn't go through the whole thing. So we'll see how things go. I haven't touched the game yet, because the moment I saw that, I was like, okay, I want to go into this blind and stream it. So let's try that. So concept mail. Want to read the manual here. You even better keep it handy as you work. Yeah. Security camera. Fake. Okay, we're making a fake security camera. This product is an imitation security camera. It has two blinking lights. First light blinks in a regular pattern. The second light is an internet light, so it should be blinking in a more random pattern to resemble data upload. As you'll notice, the design is partially complete already. A previous engineer quit before finishing the assignment. Note the timing diagrams in the verification tab. When you simulate, your output should match those expected values as indicated. Let the simulation run until it has passed all of the test cases to make sure you have a proper solution. I'm absolutely certain you'll do better than the last person. Okay. 1999 to 2026. Okay. So, open CAD. Yeah, so this one, I already did it. This one's actually kind of easy and neat. So, we're gonna remove that, and we're gonna show you how to do it real quick. So, this is what the original engineer had, which is nothing. So he managed to get the simple blinking light, so we can simulate that. But he had nothing for the network. So what we want to do here is understand what's happening. So if we go ahead and look at our manual, it's kind of a mess, but what else can you do? So what this does is it sets the P0 to 0, so, and then sleeps for 6 seconds, 6 ticks. So each of these is a tick. And it sets it to 100. It goes for 6 ticks. Down, up, and it just repeats. And for some reason he's commented this is hard. which is really what made me love this as a start. Is that you can put comments in this thing. So if we open up our document organizer, very simply, I did a very, very small amount of this game. So put a new controller in here. And looking at this, the pattern is the same despite it wanting to be random. So we just kind of copy this but use different timing intervals. So move 0, P0, sleep for 4, move 100, P0, sleep for 2, move 0, P0, sleep for 1, move 100 onto pin 0, oops, shit, I forgot to, P0, sleep for 1, and then it should reset going to move 0. Okay, that should be it. Simulate. Look at that, you can even see the small design here. And there we go. I'm just as equal as my friends. We all came on the same solution, I'm assuming. Alright, return to email. Prompt work on the blinking lights. Bunch of new signups, so let me reintroduce myself. I'm your host, Tilly Liu, I think. Tilly Liu. And I run this fun little mailing list for expats in Shenzhen. I'm here to demystify some of the aspects of life. Hold on. There we go. And culture here, along with a side of helping of color commentary. Sometimes just the color commentary. Yeah, I get distracted. Today's topic is, why the heck are we in Shenzhen? No, really, like, why are we here at all? I don't mean in the immediate sense. Sure, we all have some job or business thing to do, but let's talk about the larger factors at play. We're here because Shenzhen's been one of the fastest growing cities in the world for the past few decades, ever since it was declared a special economic zone back in 1980. Here because it... Right. There's a little bit of lore here, whereas... so you're a new engineer, and there's literally no work anywhere. And you start off with a couple of email correspondence in your journal here that just tells you about the story, about them sending you to China, basically. And they even have a little application form you to fill out. I'm not going to show it because I actually filled it out with proper information for fun. Anyway, so we have a replacement factory module to make. Factory floor is some examples of older equipment that require control signals to be amplified. We had a device to adjust signals for this type of machine, but recently it was broken. This is an appropriate project to teach you about inputs. No need to worry. Smashed. What, is everyone okay? Nah, don't worry about it. And please enjoy a game. Daughter's learning programming, she created a simple card game. Would anyone like to try it and give some feedback? She's interested to become a game developer. Alright. So we get this interesting version of Solitaire, which I'll play a quick game of because I actually really like this. Because I like Solitaire. I like playing Klondike. So standard Solitaire rules, except you have 3 suits, which can all intermingle. In fact, I'll just throw the instructions up. So you have to stack 3 suits from 1 to 9. Same standard stacking Solitaire rules. You have 3 cells in the top left to store 1 card. And then you have these cards, which don't have any number. And they're just kind of dead cards. And you have to have all 4 of them free before you can stack them in the top left, and they disappear. But that also stops you from using that top left tab. This is its own game. Like, as I was typing in to the Twitch section for category, there was Shenzhen IO and Shenzhen IO Solitaire. So this is its own game. We'll do a quick round. Probably fail. Okay, we don't like the flower card, which just goes there for some reason. 4. This 8 can go here now. May already be screwed. Okay, so if it's free that 5 by putting 1 up here, and that 4 can go on there as well, which frees up that 2, which frees up that 9. Alright, let's just work on that. Let's do that. I may not have planned that far ahead. I didn't realize this was another red 5. Shoot. The other red dragon is there. That's a pain. I may have just stabbed myself in the foot. Quick, new game. 1 more. Okay. Okay, read this 1. 5, 4. There's no way I'm getting these reds done. Greens are there. Black ones are there. Black ones are a possibility. I might be able to free those. But I have to free a column first to get these 9s out of the way. You know what? Nah. We'll do this later. We have coding to do. So replacement factory module. New design. Okay. Open. Control signal amplifier. Control in is now connected for the equipment. Control out is to other factory equipment. Signal from control in should be multiplied by 2 and copied to control out. Oh, so everything that goes in just gets multiplied by 2. Okay, so put our microcontroller in. Oh, nope, that's the bus. We don't want that. Goes into pin 0, comes out of pin 1. Make it look symmetrical. There we go. Not symmetrical. I don't know. Right, so arithmetic. Where's the arithmetic? Mul. Okay, so the multiple syntax is mul registrar input. Okay, so a little bit about these controllers is they have one thing here that can store an integer, and that's pretty much it. They can also only hold 9 lines of code, which apparently is enough for a lot of things, but go figure. So if there is a value in P0, we want to multiply it by 2. So move P0, pin 0 to the ACC, multiply by 2, and that should multiply the value in the ACC by 2. And then we move that to pin 1. Move pin 1, no, ACC to pin 1. Sleep 1. And that should just go through. So step. So 25 in gets moved to the ACC. It's multiplied by 2 on that line. Move ACC to P1. Sleep 1. And then we just run through the whole system. Looks like it's fine. Then we simulate 80 test runs. And it works. Okay, we're still maintaining the quo. All right, turn. Looks good. Ooh, more parts. Pulse generator. Certain requirements. I wanted the market price. I thought we could simply create our own. For this project, you will need to make use of conditional execution. Please continue your study of the language reference. Okay. New design. Button is a simple input connected to a button. Pulse is a simple output connected to an electronic device. When the button is pushed, generate pulses as indicated in the verification tab until the button is released. Okay. So when the button is pushed, it goes 100 for 1, 0 for 1, 100 for 1, 0 for 1, 100 for 1, 0 for 1, until the button is let go of. Okay, so we get our microcontroller. Pin 0, nope, pin 1. Excuse me one sec. That's better. Right, so conditional execution is here. So we have the test, the TEQ command, which tests if the value of the first is equal to the value of the second. And we can have registrar integers. So we go TEQ. if pin 0 is equal to 100, meaning the button is pushed. That's our test. Sleep 1. And now what you have is you have plus or minus. So if that value is true and you put a plus before the code, so sleep 1, it will run that code if that value is true. So if the button's pushed, this will run. Meanwhile, if it is not pushed, you can go like that. And so if the button isn't pushed, it would go sleep 1. So if the button is on, we want it to move P1, no, push in, so this, move, no, 100 to pin 1, sleep for 1, move 0 to pin 1, sleep for 1. Okay. So, yep, that's testing. So it tests, finds nothing, it goes to the next line without running this code because it's not true. So now, okay, so now the code is true. So it goes, we're 2 steps out of sync. Oh, because this, okay, here, because we don't need to reset this one here. Actually, no, we don't need this one, do we? But then this won't move forward, will it? Yeah, part not sleeping, okay. So then we add a minus clause in here, sleep 1, so it'll only move forward if the value is not 0, so it doesn't sleep twice. So instead of moving forward every single time, it'll only move forward once that's done. Okay, so simulate. It's working! Oh, I feel this is gonna get much harder, isn't it? Nice. Okay, return to email. Take an orbital selfie. Dear adventurer, experience the stars and the earth as you've never seen them before. Enjoy the surprise and delight of true weightlessness. And of course, take pictures of yourself that nobody will soon forget. Did you know that there has never been a better time to take a trip into low Earth orbit? Demand is skyrocketing and prices are cheaper than ever. International Superstar Cool Dad and many others. Tickets are going fast. JSC Space Adventures Moscow. Alright, light up signs. This incredible deal with a major esports personality, the Solid Steel Gamer. Her team's contracted with us to make light up signs that actually animate for her fans. As long as we keep the cost down, they're going to want tons of these to hand out at matches. Just a few states. Oh god, okay. This is a much bigger card. Okay. Click 0 and click 1 are simple outputs connected to display segments corresponding to a clicking animation. Drink 0, 1, and 2. Simple outputs connected to display segments corresponding to a drinking animation. Control the display segments with fixed, repeating signals as indicated in the verification tab. That shouldn't be hard. Okay, so I want to keep using these, but I feel like I have to go to the bigger one. No, because this still only has one pin. I would like it to not have more than one pin. So what's the difference? This thing's bigger. Let's look at the part, because I haven't used this part. High Performance Microcontroller MC6000. Offering maximum power so you can achieve a minimum chip count, the MC6000 is the centerpiece of micro MC... Wait a minute. I don't have any input, so I can use the basic microcontroller. I can just use... These are input and output pins. I'm stupid. Right, so click 1 to pin 1, click 0 to pin 0. And then we just do simple alternating ones. So the only question is, do I have enough lines of code for this? So move 100 to pin 0. Move 0. Oh, I should have more than enough. I was thinking I would have to move, sleep, but no, we just do both commands. Move 0 to pin 1, sleep 1. Wait a minute. Oh, right, I need to set it back down. Move 0, P0. Move 100, P1. Sleep 1. There we go, look at that. Oh, it's just the finger. Look at that. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Okay. Good. Okay. I'm so dumb. I completely forgot that. Oh, it has an input and output pin. No, they're input-output pins. I have 2 of them. I can have 2 output pins. Oh, and to think I worked with Arduinos. Right, now this one has 3. Let's finish reading this. X-bus pins. Now, I had a brief look at what the X-bus was. Here we are, X-bus. X-bus values are discrete data packets from -999 to 999, inclusive, okay. X-bus pins are marked with a yellow dot. Yes, they are. X-bus is commonly used to transmit data between 2 microcontrollers, or a microcontroller and a complex input-output, such as a keypad or numpad. A writer attempting to write. If a read-write attempted without a corresponding... Okay. So, they're mainly data transfer. So I think I have to go with a 3rd microcontroller here. Because I can't think of a better way to do it. Unless there's a way for me to... Is there a point? No, I'm trying to think if there's a point where I could... where everything's on simultaneously. Then I could piggyback off of 1 pin and power 2 things at once. Because the whole point of this is, at the end of it, it's an efficiency puzzle. So let's try it with 2 microcontrollers for now, and we'll see what happens. Do I have the space? What's this bridge do? Does that just bridge the... So I go from here to there. Okay, that works. So pin 0, drink 0, pin 1, drink 1, and then pin 1 of this one to drink 1. Or drink 2. I'm wondering if the other one's better to have as the multi one. Yeah, just because this one's longer, it might be better to have that as the single powered one. So we'll do that. This is starting to look way more complicated than it needs to be. Okay, so drink 0. Up for 6, down for 4, up for 6, down for 4, up for 6, down for 4. Simple. Move 100 onto pin 0, sleep for 6. Move 0 onto pin 0, sleep for 4. Done. Now this one's a little more complicated. So we sleep for 6. Move 100 onto pin drink 1, pin 1. Sleep for 1. Move 100 onto pin 0. Move 0 onto pin 1. Sleep for 2. I'm gonna run out of code. Move 100 onto sleep, no, onto pin 1. No, hang on. So move 100 onto pin 1. Up for, so that goes here. Sleep for 1. Move 100 onto pin 0. And that goes back down to that. Sleep for 2. Move, yes, so 100 onto pin 1. Oh. Thank you, syntax checkers. Move 0 onto pin 0. Sleep for 1. That should work. Simulate? Nope, hang on. Why is this one messing up? I didn't... Oh no, let's drink 1. So... Oh, I don't reset it. I think I'm like literally one line of code short. Wait a minute, can I put that into this one? Oh my god, I can. Okay. Because I don't want to put a whole nother microcontroller in here just to write one line of code when I've got real estate here. Let's just think about this. So what's the problem? Here. So it resets to 100 here. And then doesn't get moved down again. Before the sleep. So this is going to be a real janky way of doing it. Sleep. So on that last sleep tick, we want this to sleep for 3. Move 0 onto pin 1. Sleep for 1. Oh, that's so janky. Does it work? No, it doesn't. Why doesn't it work? Okay. Let's just... So... Sleep 3. Sleep. Move 100. Sleeps for 2. No, it's on a different time code. That's why I'm stupid. How many ticks does this take up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. ticks total before the next one goes. So I have 10. So wait a minute, why doesn't this work? 6, 1, 2, 1. That's 10. So let's get to the problem. Okay, so power 100 into pin 1. Oh, is this occurring too early? Do I want to sleep for 4 and then move 100 pin 1? But then I can't sleep there, can I? No, that worked. But it's still not working because I've done move 100 because I'm stupid. 0. There we go. No, it's still doing it. Why is it still doing it? Is it? Oh, it does mess up the graphic. That's pretty neat. I mean, the alternative is just use this bigger one. Let's just use the bigger one. Instead of just trying to figure out this problem, let's just use the bigger one and have one line of code extra. And then we'll find out if that's what if my friends did. If that is what they did, then I can sleep well, knowing that I tried my hardest. Okay, remove this one. Stop touching there. Let's move this down one. Like that. Then, so move 0 to P0. That goes down to here. Move 100 onto P1. Sleep for 1. Move 0 on to P1. Sleep for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 time blocks. No, I don't have to because it sleeps up here. Simulate, that should work. Yep, that works. Now we'll see if anyone found a more efficient way. Wow, I did it more efficient than Andon. I wonder what he did. Well, he spent 12. What's that, Hong Kong dollars? Nice. Okay. Well, apparently I'm better. That's what I get for spending hours fucking optimizing. Nice. Nice. All right. The Baron von Schnaps. Okay, I'm starting to not like this guy. I was out drinking last night and met someone from the company that owns this brand. There's a drinking game this morning that's hella fun and off the rails. I made a deal to supply them with little personal scorekeepers they can give away at their events. Yeah, of course he doesn't remember the actual rules. Alright. Let's look at the specs. Point and foul are simple inputs connected to buttons, which look like here. Display is an X-bus display. Oh, now we learn X-buses. Okay. The counter should keep track of a count starting at 0 and ensure that the display is always showing the current value. When point is pushed, the count should increment by 1. When foul is pushed, the count should be incremented by 2, but not below 0. Okay. Big microcontroller. Now, let's look up the experts terminology. Experts. Actually, let me look up this actual part. Digital I/O expander. No, is it in supplemental data? Those are the parts I have, I assume. So, digital counter. EP sound effects page, what? Meat primer. There's some interesting stuff in here. Generator. Okay, no, I can't see a way for the timer to implement. So, track of account. So real quick, I already don't know how the XBus works, so register ag. Okay, so I think there was an example over here. First microcontroller reads from the capacitive switch on simple I/O pin 0. It sends either a 0 or 1 over X1. SLX. XBus value from using the SL. Okay, so it waits for the X instruction and then increments the ACK by 50 if the value is 1. Okay. So, first off, I think we connect both input-output pins. Can I rotate this? Bridge? No? Okay. Well, it looks like they're free, so put one there. Make things look a little nicer, I guess. Or messier, depends on your view. So, if point is pushed, wait, so verification. So foul input, so you do 2 tests of foul. Nothing should happen because the value should stay at 0. We should probably keep the counter in here, because relying on the physical counter. Yeah, so we need the actual counter to stay at 0. So that'll be the DAT, because that is used for on-chip storage. So we have the data to use as a variable. My lord, is this a mess? Okay. So test if equal to. So test if equal to pin. Is there a better conditional format? Is greater than the value of the second. Is there any point at which buttons are pushed at the same time? No. Test of the value of the first is less than the second. Compare the value. Okay, so we'll use that one. Test lower than to see if it's first operand to the value of the second. So if yeah, we can use that to test if the data is lower than 0. So if the value, we can set it back to 0 if the value of the data would be lower than 0. So we make it subtract the points, but if it's lower than 0, set it to 0. Okay. I'm figuring out the whole line of code in my head, the whole program. So we test if equal to pin 1. No, we'll start with points. So pin 0 equal to 100. If true, what's add? Is it just add? Hang on, can I just use the ACK? Here, add. No, I can only store them in the ACK. I can't multiply anything in data. I would have to multiply it in the ACK and then set it to data. So, I guess just I just have to add, is it just add 1? And that should just add the value of the first operand to the value in the ACK register and store the result in the ACK register. So add 1. Oh. And then sleep 1. Simulate. So yeah, the ACK is just going up every time the button is pushed. That's good. It means it's working. Okay. Now we do the foul check. So test if equal to P. If pin 1 is equal to 100, that means the foul button has been pushed, meaning. What if I do another test? P. We'll just do this for plus. It doesn't indent it, so I wonder if that works. We'll have to see, because that's actually part of it. So if the P1 button is pushed, then well, that's actually a check we can do at the end. Because if at any point the ACC is lower than 0, it can't be lower than 0. So we don't have to include that in the if else again, or the test equal. So if P1 is equal to 100, is it just sub the syntax? Sub. Okay, so sub 2. And then we do a check here. That is if ACC, no, not test if equal to, because then I would have to do 2 of them. I should just stay on this sheet. I'm on the test. Okay, so test less than. The first operand is less than the value. So if ACC is lower than 0, set ACC move 0 to ACC. Sleep 1. Okay, so that should work. So retests, nothing happens, sleep. Retests, nothing happens, sleep. So the foul button is pushed. So we test pin 0. Nothing is happening. Test pin 1. Something is happening. Run this code. Subtract 2. It goes to -2. Move. Okay. Test lower than ACK 0. It is true. So it moves 0 to the ACK. Sleep 1. Very good. Now we just have to get that data to the display. I don't know how I do that. Sip my coffee here. That's good coffee. Right. So, how do I? Let's just. Good job. Good job drawing a straight line, me. There we go. Here we go. So, yeah, here's the language ref. Where does it tell me where to move things on the XBus interface? Where's the syntax for that? Because I don't see one. Okay, here's the example. Oh, I can just do move commands. Test if equal to. So it waits. Okay. Okay. So then at the end of every tick, I just move ACK. No, yeah, move ACK to X plus 3. And that should work. I'm a genius! All of us came to the same conclusion. I like this, how I can compete with my friends. Production cost? Yeah, this is only 8 lines of code. What's the difference between the MC4000 and the MC4000X? Oh, this is just pure X buses. Okay. So, yeah, let's just be cost efficient here. Saving money. Copy paste this code, delete this component, and run again. Even pinned is not, oh right. There we go. I thought I would need a lot more lines. Apparently I don't. Whew. There we are. I am now equal. Alright, return to email. Are you sure that you actually made the deal? They sent us a case with a variety of flavors. It's very tasty stuff. Do not drink of the Baron von Schnapps. Bye then, see you in the next life. Okay, Carl's fucked. Alright, another thing from Tilly. Hey y'all, y'all, you all, y'all, y'all. Sometimes it's tough to represent how a word really sounds in text. Yeah. Take for a totally example, Shenzhen. What's that ZH doing there? Is it Shenzhen? You can't. ZH is its own sound in Chinese. We don't have time to... Yeah, like, I know it's like... It's not like a zh sound. It's a Shenzhen? I think it's Shenzhen. Not like Shenzhen. We don't have time to go into all the fun foibles of Pinyin, the official romanization system for Mandarin Chinese. So let me give you a little shortcut. Shenzhen. Oh, Shenzhen. Okay. You know, like you're talking to your best friend, Jen. Well, you're probably closer than you were before. No more Chinese. Yuan. Okay. A word is one syllable. Go yuan, or like I just did, or yuan. Wow, that's kind of painful. I'm not sure how to fix this quickly. How about trying to say yuan? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking, it's like, huh? We're working in yen? And it is. It's also Chinese yuan. No. Won? I don't know. Okay, look, don't you dare give me side eyes if you come from a place that uses the dollar sign, because do you mean Hong Kong dollars, Australian dollars, Canadian dollars? Yeah, at least you probably agree that this means hella cash. I like Tilly. She's fun. Anyway, now you're wandering around Shenzhen? Shenzhen. 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 Buying things in Chinese. Go on like the super pro that you are. Pronunciation can be tough, but it's worth putting in the effort. I do want to learn Mandarin at some point. I feel like it'll be fun. It'll be very fun. Alright. Rubbish audio thing. First off, let's read this. Dear consumer, if you bought a self-driving car in the past 5 years and your car was involved in a rogue loop incident, you may be entitled to compensation under a settlement to a class action lawsuit filed in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of California. A rogue loop is defined by the court as a state where a self-driving car appears to disregard humans and continues to drive around, refueling itself when necessary and ignoring orders to stop. If you believe your self-driving car has experienced this condition in the last 5 years, please contact us for more information. Okay. Okay, rubbish audio thing. So a contract comes in to build a piece of audio kit. Sounds fun. I've always liked audio. This client promises that their little box will just deliver crisp highs and booming lows, all in perfect balance. Then I see their advert happens to include the much vaunted algorithm that powers this thing. Okay, I should mention I put a copy of said advert on your desk. Just look in the pile of papers marked supplemental data, since that seemed most appropriate. Oh, okay. I'm assuming it's the first one here. I should also mention that we still have to do this, as sad as it is. Work's work and all, even when you have to help a dodgy American company market rubbish. Like this, rubbish like this is premium kit for audiophiles, yeah. So, briefly taking this out of my binder, this is the sheet he's talking about. Incredible sound at a breakthrough price. At the Sunnyvale Institute for Audio Engineering, we have done decades of advanced audio research, but even we know that a truly breakthrough audio device only comes around once in a generation. So it was with no small amount of trepidation when our scientists in the lab introduced us to something they've been working on for the last few years. Would this be just another piece of audio gear destined to gather dust on the shelves of your local electronics store? Our minds changed once we took a listen. Everything sounded more alive, more present, more real to us than anything we'd heard before. Whereas before, the harmonies would float through the air listlessly towards our ears, with this technology, the sound was heightened, improved, maximized. The propeller heads in the back won't like that we're showing it to you, but go on. Have a peek at the proprietary harmonic maximization formula. Audio out is equal to audio in minus 50 times 4 plus 50. So it takes whatever the audio in value is, multiplies it by 4. So it takes away 50, multiplies it by 4, and then adds the 50 back on. So literally all this does is make it louder to the point that it will probably murder your ears. Okay. Yes, but what does all that mumbo-jumbo mean, you might ask? It may be Greek to you and me, but don't worry. What it means for us is crisp highs and booming lows, all in perfect balance. As for all that math, well, we'll just have to trust that our world-class acoustics engineers know what to do with it, and it's a good thing we do, because we've taken that little algorithm and miniaturized it into an ingenious little device you can plug into any audio source. The Sunnyvale Institute for Audio Engineering, changing the way you hear it from ear to ear. Okay, so I don't know how stupid they think people are, but a formula like that is not Greek to people. Just, where's the angle? It's there. There we go. That isn't hard to comprehend. I'm looking forward to looking. Is that just the code? All right. Oh, okay. So open design. Wait, that's all I have to. Should be copied to. This is so dumb. Maximize. So yeah, when that's on. So yeah, that's the thing. It just makes the highs higher and the lows lower. That's all it does. So loud noises are gonna go murder your ears. And then the low noises. Hang on, I'm seeing drop frames. Hey Josh, how you doing? Okay, I think that hiccup's gone. We're making stupid products for stupid people. Okay, so do we need trying to figure out what's going on? Well, we'll work through this problem together. So we have a brief. So we want to get the audio in pin to the audio output, and then if the maximize button is pushed, we change how it sees it. So we're going to get our little microcontroller here. We'll start with the small one. If we need the bigger one, we'll just up the size. In fact, already we need a bigger size because I'm stupid. Ow. Hang on. Got something in my eye. I think I got it. Righto. Can I just use an X bus for that? I don't know that I can. No, I can. Okay, so maximize. No, we can't. Apparently, it said no. Right, because the pin has to be... Okay, so we do need 2 microcontrollers for this. Do I have anything with 3? Okay, no, just... Okay. Information. So... harmonic maximization algorithm. Okay. So yeah. Since you weren't here for the start of this, Josh, this is a game that comes with a 47-page manual that they implore you to print out and put in a binder. It gave me Amazon links to buy binders and dividers. Fortunately, I had some lying around from my high school days. And it comes chock full of information on all the components in the game. So, yeah, high performance microcontroller there. Comes with language, terminal references. It's actually pretty damn cool. So, let's try and figure out this problem. Okay, so where's the supplemental data? What's the formula? So, the harmonic maximization formula. Audio in subtracted by 50, multiplied by 4, and then added another 50. Okay, so... do we have that on its own pin? Do we just have it like waiting, and then when it's ready, transfer that data? No, because it has to constantly come out. So, to constantly have throughput, we need to have audio in and audio out going through the same microcontroller, but then that doesn't leave a pin for the maximize button, so we're gonna have to do data transfer through the X buses. I think is how we're gonna have to do this. So to start with, wouldn't it be, can I just do this? I fucking can as well. I can just... That's kind of funny. Alright. No, I want it to be here. Have as much space as possible. There we go. No, I need one, actually. Everything's a mess. There we go. Okay, so... just... move... pin 0 to pin 1. Sleep 1. And that should accomplish the same goal. It does. Okay. So now we need to have a thing that's like when this is active. But then I can't have that. The bus needs to be able to read and write. I think that's how this works. Best if equal to... Well, if we check it every tick, it should be fine. Hey Pander, how you doing? We're doing science stuff. So test if equal to... I've already forgotten the language. Is it the test first or second? If A is equal to B. Okay, so test if pin 0 is equal to 100, meaning that the maximize button is pushed. It says I'm failing, but we're actually doing okay. I actually did better than one of my my coding buddies, so we test for if the button is pushed, sleep 1. If the button is pushed, I don't know. So if the button is pushed, do this. Move 100. We don't need to do 100. X1. And then every tick, we just check. So test if equal to x0 is equal to 1. If true, yeah, if true, so what was the formula? Okay, we subtract 50, so we have to move it into the ACK first. So maybe we can save a step by moving it to the ACK first. And then at the end of it, move it to P1. Okay, so sub 50. So that subtracts 50 from the current value in the ACC. Plus again, multiply by 4, so mul4, add 50. Then move ACK to P1, sleep 1. I think this works. Part not sleeping blocked on read. Huh. So wait. In? What? Why is that not doing anything? Oh, it has to frickin'... Yeah, this is what it was meaning. It has to input output. It has to be waiting to read it. So it's frickin' manual. Move X1. You want to test if its max is pressed before passing it through. So, I mean, that's what we do though, isn't it? Test. So this tests if the maximum is pressed. If it is, it runs the algorithm. If not, just pass through. For some reason, it's halting on this. Like, I think this is fine, but for some reason, this doesn't want to do the sleep. So what if I sleep 1 here? Does that do anything? Part not sleeping, blocked on read. Right. Problem with the X buses is they have to have, I think, they have to have this waiting to read. So X0? So now I've created the opposite. Now it only works when the maximize button is pushed. Because it has to wait for a signal to be coming from the X bus. But wait, then we just do, if it's not, move 0 over x1. Not minus 0 over x1. Gonna get veggie fried rice. Ooh, that sounds nice. I haven't had fried rice in years. Not since I worked at the Chinese. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like that should work. And then we don't need this sleep. Right? Nope, no, it's all wrong. Okay, so currently it's just completely passing through. Get yellow curry. I usually get a green curry. No, it's not passing through. Why is it not passing through? What's happening to it? Right, so. Oh, I'm not resetting the ACK value. That's what I'm doing. Move ACK value. Oh, boo. Move 0 to the ACK. Advance. No, now it's still not working. Okay, so why is it not working? So advance. Step. Step. 48 goes in. 48 should come out. Test if x is equal to 1. Move the ACK to P1. Move 0 to ACK. Oh, this does need to sleep, because they need to sleep simultaneously. Not DLP, SLP. There. Oh, look at that, it's working. Oh, I like this game. Except everyone did it better than me. Except Andon did it more expensively. But he did it with less lines of code. And cheaper. So I wonder what I could do to remove 2 lines of code from this. I guess if you used that bridge building game, but computer things, kind of. It's mainly puzzles, but to do with coding. And like I was just explaining, it comes with a 47-page manual. that I've printed out and put into this binder. Yeah, it's interesting the way you got a mission and gotta do it. Well, I have a mission. I can do it as expensive as I like. Or as cheaply as I like. The cheaper you do it, the better, because at the end, it shows you how your friends did it. So, I did it as cheap as Train Doc, but Train Doc also got the more efficient, and then spent more money, so I'm assuming he used a bigger microcontroller as well as the small one. But he got a more efficient solution. I got the cheaper thing with Train Doc, but Train Doc also had the best solution. So now I'm wondering what it is I can do to remove 2 lines of code from this. Like, I could just go on to the next puzzle, but now I'm intrigued. I have to beat him. Just remove the forehead. Jesus. Like... Yeah, I don't really know. Oh well, it's good enough. I'll work on that later. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, of course you would like it, Joe. Could the minus 50 times... Could the formula be simplified? I don't think it can, because all of the arithmetic is done through actual variable things. Like, you have to type in add 50, sub 50, mul 50. I can't do change this, or can I? Now I'm interested. I don't think I can, because that's just the syntax. But that does make sense. Maybe it's the moves? Move P0 to ACK? Maybe it's, yeah, maybe it's the move through. No, I can't think of that. I said we were moving on, and now here we are. And then I have to reset the ACK every time, or it just gets out of sync. Stored example. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way to do it without using the accumulator, but then the arithmetic doesn't work, because all the arithmetic is done in the accumulator. It's not done on variables. See ya, Pander. Problem for future me. It works. Alright, infrared sensor. Oh, hold on. Working remotely. Note that I will be working remotely today and maybe tomorrow, just in case you're looking. No, that's weird. I thought you got back from your trip yesterday. Been stuck in a traffic jam on the way back from the airport. You've been in the same traffic jam for over 24 hours. I'm fine. I have food and water in here. Maybe next time a virtual meeting is better. Oh god, that's the future, isn't it? We just live in cars. I want to go to Europe, set self-driving car to frickin' Germany, and then go to sleep in your car. I mean, that's how buses work as well, I guess, but eh. But it's your own car, it's not gross. Okay, so you're in the process of setting up closer tie-ups with top global firms and working to secure higher profile work for our company. The first result of these efforts is a contract to create an infrared sensor. This allows us to participate in the booming market for passive monitoring stations to detect illegal activities, illegal carbon emissions, illegal growing operations, illegal immigration. If it's against the law and it generates heat, we'll detect it. Lily woo. Open it up in CAD. What the fuck is this part? Alright. Parts. It's not the IO expander. No. RAM. I've actually, okay. Incremental clock. Yeah, that's what this is. Okay. This is a clock? Why do I have clocks? Okay. Oh, maybe I should read the data packet that came with this. Okay. Time is a simple input connected to a DT2415 clock providing the current time. Sensor, there's no time. Okay. Sensor is a simple input connected to an infrared sensor. Alarm is a simple output connected to a silent alarm. When the current time equals the on time, the device should be armed. When the current time equals the off time, the device should be disarmed. Whenever the device is armed and the sensor reads at or above a value of 20, the alarm output should be active. The on and off times are set by the operator using the dials that can be read as X-bus inputs and use numerical values compatible with the DT2415 part. Okay, so Denver timekeeping, DT2415 incremental clock. Emits a simple IO signal that corresponds to a number of 15-minute increments since midnight? Oh, gross. So, midnight to 14 to quarter past is 0. Quarter past to half past is 1. Half past to quarter 2 is 2. That's the integer values? Ew. Okay, so 93. According to this, that's quarter past 11 at night. I should write that down. Maybe I should write that down. Maybe it's not important at all. Maybe I only need to work with the integer values. So 93 is 11. No, we'll do 23. We'll do 24-hour clock. 23, 40, 15. Yes, thank you, Josh. I have sticky notes. 38. Oh god. Now I have to do the math for that. I don't want to do the math for that. So midnight is 00. So that means to get to 1. So that means 1 a.m. would be 1 a.m. to quarter past would be 4. Meaning 2 a.m. to quarter past would be 8. So 3, 12, 4, 16, 5, 20. So that's 10, 9:30. 9:30 to 9:45 is that. So 9:30. I've done that, and it will not matter at all. I guarantee it. Okay, the Denver timekeeping story. When Denver timekeeping founders Chad and Becca set up their small batch chip fab in the mountain town of Denver, Colorado, there were many who were dubious, to say the least. "You can't manufacture in America anymore," they said. "It's too expensive, and hasn't all that expertise left the country anyhow?" But Chad and Becca persistently stuck to their vision of inexpensive, reliable, and American-made timekeeping chips manufactured the old-fashioned way. And after many trials and tribulations, they are proud to announce the Denver timekeeping DT2415. Made in the cool air and with the pure water of the Rocky Mountains, this real-time clock includes a backup battery that ensures the time is kept even when power is not. Time is kept even when power is not. A must-have for ruggedized devices. We hope you enjoy this chip, and if you're ever in Denver, drop us a line. Chad and Becca love to show customers around the fab. Okay, Chad and Becca, let's see what your chip can do. So they gave us all these parts. Oh, I can rotate it. So this is the clock? So this is pointless, this is pointless, this is the only one that matters? Time index, simple, input, output. Real-time clock. Yeah. Okay, so we need this. If we're comfortable with the code, maybe we can... There's enough pins on this. No, there aren't enough pins on that. Let's start with a small one, and if we need more space, we can work to the big one. So... Pin 0. Already I'm seeing problems with my real estate. There? No, here. There we go. There we are. That's how it's done. Okay. That goes into there. This one goes into there. So these give off power when equals the on time the device should be armed. Are set by the operator using dials. Use numerical values compatible. Okay, interesting. So let's just wire this up real quick. So the alarm's not going to do anything. For now, I just want the system. Let's start working on the code that monitors when on and off is. So this is a brief run of up to midnight and past. So it should be on here. All the way up until here. And then there's an input here, which... Silent! Hello, Silent. How you doing? Silent 119. Alright. I completely forgotten what my alerts were. It's been a while since I streamed on Twitch. Right, so... This... emits a signal, so... It doesn't say it's emitting a signal. Okay, so... P0... Move P0 to... Wait a minute, why do we need these timers? Because if it's just an I/O signal, why do I need the on and off times? Is this just a dial? Like, why do I need these parts? Because if this just gives off an I/O signal, right? Move pin 0 to act. Let's see what happens. Oh. 0. 84? Oh, right, I'm stupid. Sleep 1. Simulate. Yeah. Then it just does that. So, why do I even need these? If I can just set it to 93 and 38. Maybe it's more efficient line of code wise, but I feel like I can just... So move P0 to the ACK. Do I even... Yeah, we do, because then we need to run tests on it. I can't do that from checking pin... Can't? No, I can do that, can't I? I can just check pin 0. So... test equal to pin 1, pin 0. No. If... There's 2 layers to this, I'm thinking. So we need to test if pin 1 is greater than or equal to 20, was it? Value of 20. The device should be armed. Because the client wants to change it using those Tumblr things, they wouldn't be changing the code. That's actually a good point. But it doesn't specify it here, so that's what I'm wondering. Yeah, there's a lot more moving parts to this than I'm thinking. Test if equal to P1. No, not test if equal to. Test if, is it GT greater than? Yes. So test if greater than P1 19. So if so, that will send a trigger to the alarm, which should be just a signal of 100 on the output. Okay. So we'll need to transfer that by the X buses, because I don't have enough pins here. So that's our basic send kill thing. So if this is true, send, no, not SLX, move X1 1. Oh, move, no, 1 over X1. There we go. And then, if not, move 0 to X1. So it doesn't constantly trigger. So once the alarm's triggered, it does turn off. Which seems stupid. Once the alarm's triggered, it should have an alternate thing. But video game. So this sleeps until it reads a value of 1 on X0. Is it the other way around? Sleeps until X0 gives a value of 1. Okay, I've already forgotten the fucking syntax, apparently. Oh no, it just sleeps until X1 sends X0 sends this thing. Test if X1 is equal to 1. X0 is equal to 1. God, pins are weird. If that is true, P1, move P1 100. Move 100 P1. Otherwise, move 0 P1. So that's triggering on the sensor outputs. Actually, it's triggering early. Wait a minute, why is the alarm only meant to trigger here when it turns off? Oh, because it's not armed yet, right. We haven't figured out the arming measure. So it does turn on when it should. Or when the sensor is triggered, the alarm turns on. Now we just have to figure out how to stop it from turning on if it's not the correct time. Which is more lines of code than I think we'll have in here, but we'll figure it out. So if P0. So P1 is equal to... So is it just as simple as if... No, because we can't have another if else. I don't think. We can't have... Well, actually, I don't know. I haven't tried. And it doesn't specify in the documentation that I can't. So what happens if we go test if... No, because then it's a range. I know we need to turn it off. We can include that in the... This is going to be a whole load of if-else's, so I wonder if it works. So test if greater than pin 0, 92. If true... No, because then that won't work past 0. That's interesting. Oh, because then when it resets, it won't work anymore. It'll reset back at 0 at midnight. Oh. Okay, let's try and incorporate these things into the design. Because I'm not quite sure. Do they just give set by the operator that can be read as X bus inputs and use numerical values? So what do they display? Is what I'm wondering. So if we remove this, we sort of have the code here, so this needs to go through. We'll put this to the side. This needs to go through a microcontroller. That I'm having struggle placing. There, and then we put a bridge here. So on time, off time. Okay. So now the question is, what do these do when they're turned on? Do they just give a value of 1 or 0? Like 1s and 0s? Are they binary? I don't know, because it's not in the documentation. That part I don't think is actually in here. I was looking. Yeah, I couldn't find any. I found the clock. Or are they in here and I just haven't looked far enough? Input math coprocessor. Oh god, that thing has a keyboard. Mouse. Logic gates. What as XBus? XBuses are the same as pin outputs, but they just have a different way of writing to them. Like I could send 100 over the XBus, I could send 0 over the XBus. The only thing that matters. The question is, I don't know what these are pre-programmed to do, so we'll see. So, P0, no, just move P0 to X0, move P0 to X1. Can I just comment this out for now? That's not commenting. Where's my hashtag? Ugh, I'm on the wrong keyboard, aren't I? There we go. There we go. Just comment these out for now so I can actually run the program. Okay, simulate. Oh, right, I'm stupid. Sleep 1. What? They both have to sleep? Screw you! Oh, blocked on right. Wait a minute, what do you mean blocked on right? These are going straight... I don't know what this does. Do I have to go into the positive side? Part not sleeping, blocked on right? Wait, no, these are the dials that set the time. So does that change? Let me look. So yeah, these are the dials that set the on and off times. Oh, okay. So I have to read these as XBus inputs. And then, yeah, they want the alarm to be active for that for now. But I'm going about this backwards. Because what I have to do is I have to incorporate that into here so that can be fluid. So that these variables that come out of here will change. So that it reads this to know when the device is armed and not. Yeah, read from those. Okay. You know what, just... No, I don't want to look at it. Open new design. Nope. New design. Trash. New design. There we are. Okay. Fresh CAD. Let's go. So this gives... I like that I can rotate it. That might be more helpful having... I don't know which side. Okay. So... let's focus on getting the timer working. Because the sensor's easy, we figured that out. I need some water. Gonna drink away from the mic so you don't hear my gulps. Right. So this constantly provides the current time. So we need a microcontroller that reads these as XBus inputs, reads the current clock, compares them, and then if real-time clock value is greater than on time and less than off time, activate the alarm. I don't know that I can do an AND. But maybe we can do it by having two test equal tos. Actually, is the slash did something. It said not a valid command. Does the slash make it is or in this? Register or integer? No, we need an and. We don't need an or. So what's and in this? What's and in the syntax? I don't know. It's not in here. There's an inverted gate part, maybe, and two. They say they're not recommended. Like, looking at the parts, there's a lot of stuff. There's fucking RAM or ROM, logic gates, push button controller, Lux display, Lux industry, parts plus. No idea. All right, so that should be enough to fit on one of these, because we have one pin, we have two X buses, I don't know if I need to connect both sides. Part connected to self. No, I don't. So one of these connects to each side. So we'll put one up here. One up here. I should probably flip those around. Pin goes there, and if pin 1 is true, alright, instead of making it go around, we'll make a bridge here. Oh, I can't bridge over components? Okay, we'll just move that one over then. Then we'll, if that's true, then we bring this back down for our next microcontroller. Okay, that looks pretty. So, let's try and read from these. So, what? Sleep until... No. Because I feel like these should be constantly giving off a signal, so I shouldn't need to sleep. Let's just try move x0 to the ACK. Yeah, it constantly gives off a signal. Okay. So that works. So XO is so we can constantly read from XO. Good. That means we can go test if greater than XO what do I test if it's greater than? Because it can't be... No, test if P0 is greater than X0. If that is true, test if less than P0 X1. If that is true, do I do 2 pluses? Is that the format? I don't know. I assume... No, invalid instruction. Okay. If so, we'll say add... No, move 1 to ACK. Otherwise, move 0 to ACK. So, in theory, this should test. So this tests pin 0 is greater than X0. Part not sleeping? Oh, sleep 1 at the end. It's not doing anything. It's just sleeping. Pin 0 is greater than X0. Wait a minute, why did that only do like 1 pulse? Let's move that over 1 so I can see if there's a value. No. That's always false. Pin 0 is greater than X0. Why is that always false? It shouldn't be always false. If P0 is greater than X0, then test if that is always false. Yeah. So then it tests if it's less than X1, which it isn't. Because it's greater than. Oh, this is so hard. Do I do it the other way around? Or do I have to do 2 separate tests? Oh, there has to be an and clause in here, right? It doesn't make sense for there not to be one. Sleep. sleep, store touch. Update linked. No? What is the highest value of the real-time clock? 98, I believe. Or was it 95? Let me find it in here. 95. So it goes up to 95. 95 plus the off time would be the next day. Like past midnight value? 95 plus off time. Yes, because it would tick on to 94, 95, and then midnight to quarter past is 0. And then quarter past to half past 1, so on. So 95 is equal to 11:45 to 11:59, and then 0 goes 0000 quarter past, or 14. So we can't simulate going to the next day for the less than. God, working with this as an integer value is really sucky. It's actually incredibly simple. Yeah, probably. It's just the way working with the integers is messing me up. Okay. Step back, read the info carefully. Okay. Providing the current time. Sensor is a simple input connected to an infrared sensor. So those are the components, yes. When the current time equals the on time, it should be armed. Oh. So instead of doing constant checks, it reads it once and then turns on. And then when it reads the off time, it turns off. That's there. I think that, yeah, that's it. If it's not between, yeah, so we don't constantly check if it's in between on and off. When it reads it's on, it turns on. We flip that binary switch. And when it reads the off time, it turns off. Ah, you're right, that is evil. Okay, yeah, so we test equal to x0 is equal to, no, we test equal to pin 0 x0. If true, ACK becomes 1. So move 1 to ACK, I assume, for now. Test if equal to pin 0 x0 x1 move 0 to ACK sleep 1. Oh no, and then ACK to pin 1 as our final output. Move ACK to pin 1, sleep 1. That is evil. Oh, I like it. Okay. Yeah, wow, okay. And then we just do that sensor loop I did. Except I can't because I don't have the freaking. I need another microcontroller. Because I don't have the Xbox. Or if I use a bigger one here, then I get another XBus value. And that would save me $3, or it would save me literally one unit of currency. But I guess that's That's better than none, so. What do you mean pin is not connected? Oh yeah, so this becomes X3 now? All the difficulty and only really in your head. Yeah, I really like that. Because I had this entire way of doing it based on how I've been doing it before, when really the solution was just that simple. It was just like, oh. And yeah, thanks for that tip. Like, if I hadn't just read that carefully again, I would just be like, oh, it's just a switch. These just turn the switch on and off. Oh, yeah. Instead of just constantly reading the time, it's just like on, off, literally 2 reads. Alright. So then we need an X bus here. This goes to pin 0, this goes to pin 1. We'll change that code in a second. I realized the problem here. There we go. I just typed 1 again. Oh. Okay, yeah, sensor. What did I have before? I deleted it because I'm stupid. So that constantly broadcasts, right? No. Because this sleeps until it's... Well, when it... Well, let's do it that way. So it waits... If it registers a signal, because the sleep is generally just meh anyway. No, because then it will do it constantly. Doing it over the I/O pins is much easier, but I don't have a lot of pin real estate, so I want to do this over the X bus. So we'll figure out a way. So let's do the basic sensor setup. So the documentation said above 20, so test greater than pin 0, 19. If true, test equal to... I think this is gonna not work, but we'll see. 1. No, because that's 2 test equals 2. Do I have to take this to a 3rd microcontroller? I don't want to. But I feel like that's just the easiest way, is just working with the pins. Ah, fuck it. Let's just do it for now. I'll make a different design later, just in the sake of brevity. We'll do it the way I was doing it before. Yeah. So that goes to pin 1. No, because then I have the same problem, don't I? No, because then this constantly just sleeps. Yeah, I gotta learn how to do it eventually, but I mean... I'll just do this for now. I just want to get it to work first, and then I can work on the efficiency puzzle. So... Actually, ways to communicate via X-Bus than just general purpose I/O. Yeah, it probably is. X1. So, if I can get it to just work via this way, then I'll be happy for now. Test greater than P0 19, if true. Move ACK over P1. Move P1 ACK. Yeah, this is really messy, but I know this just feels wrong, but it's how I know to do it. So we'll do this first, and then we'll probably try and fix it. Fix, improve. We'll say fix if it breaks. So target P0 over 19. If that is true, we'll do the same thing as above. So yeah, move X1, move ACK. No. Move 1 over X1. If it is not, move 0 over X1. Sleep 1. Sleep on X0 until it is active. Move X0 to ACK. Wait a minute, if I just do 100 and 0, I can just move X. Does this work? To pin 1. No, it doesn't. It triggers too early. Again, it triggers too early. Oh, because the sensor doesn't do the check first. The sensor doesn't check the accumulator. So we had the same problem I had before with the sensor, is it doesn't check the accumulator. So yeah, it should be off here, and it should be off here and here. I don't think this works. I never actually tested it. So test if ACK 1. If true, run this test. This doesn't work, does it? No, now it's... Wait a minute. Now it's off for that one? Why is it off there? So, move 1 to ACK. Move ACK to P1. Sleep 1. Oh, it doesn't do the test first. So the rest of it works fine. Except here. No, that works. Weirdly. So do a test at the start and end? No, that doesn't work. So, hold on. So, going through. So this tests if this is equal to, it is. Oh shit. Step. Timing screws up? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Test. Because that runs simultaneously. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. I'm just wondering how to modify that. Do I just put the sleep one in here? Because that seems wrong. Yeah, it wouldn't be that simple, would it? Because it already runs through. And make sure everything is synced? That is true. Alright, well, I guess we're sold on that point. You can pad with Nop if you want some jank. I read about Nop, it just seemed kind of pointless to me at the time, but I guess that does have a... This instruction has no effect. What? Oh, I just put padding in? Just to pad the line? Oh, that seems so dirty. So I just put in like that. It's still not enough. It's still not enough jank. Yeah. Step. Because it does this test first. Then it moves it. Oh, right, I need to put that first. Can I put this at the end? I don't think I can. No. So, Nop. No, it still doesn't work. I'm just being stupid here. Let's try and figure out an intelligent solution. Okay. Let's move this chip to the side just so we have the code. Let's go back to the big chip. So we have those extra buses. Move the code up. This becomes X3. This gets removed. This becomes X1. This goes away. Pin is not connected, I know. Okay. Right. Let's read the documentation, because there isn't much in here on the actual how to run the bus. There's probably enough, but I'm just not paying attention to it properly. Here's like the one example they have of moving things over the X-Bus. Because I can't have it constantly sleep until data can be read, because then the sensor won't trigger. Or can I? Because then it'll be turned off and it won't matter. What, these? Good point. Yeah, I just went and commented them out before, but that actually works a lot better. Thank you. There's a whole paragraph on Xbus. Let's see, registers, conditional execution, basic instructions, arithmetic, test instructions. Xbus pins. IO pin isn't input or output. IO expander. Probably gone too far. It should be in the language. Okay. Maybe it's in this example? There's a PDF that translates to this entire book. The first microcontroller reads one capacitive switch on the simple I/O pin. So test equal to ACK0 plus test. Oh, so you can do two test if equal to one after the other. Okay. So now I know that works. So we test. So what we do is we sleep until there is a value on the X bus, because otherwise it's disarmed for the time being, because it starts off. But then if it starts in a midpoint, if it says, say, starts at 34 and it has a trigger, that doesn't work. You know what, let's just write it. So sleep until there is a value on pin X0. Test if equal to X0. Test if X0 is equal to what, 1? Onto the ACK, move back to X1. 1, yes. If true, test if greater than pin 0, 19. Move 100 onto pin 1. No, that needs to be plus. Move 100 onto pin 1. Otherwise, move 0 onto pin 1. I already feel this is gonna break. Does that do anything? No, it works. Does it always work? It looks like it does. Hey, hey, look at that. Did it cheaper than Ended? Ended probably overcomplicated it like I did. Train Dog did it for a lot cheaper. You did it. Yeah, I did it. I did it. So what did he do that made it cheaper? For a start, I don't need the full X bus. Here, there's enough room on it if I play nice to... No, there isn't, because I need 3 X buses. Well, how's he done that for 6 then? Oh well, we did it. We'll figure it out later. So then you know that your design for the infrared was well received by our partners and is set to be integrated into a number of products currently under development by various defense and security firms. Obviously, our performance here opens the door to more jobs of this nature. We're becoming a defense supplier? Yes, we are, probably. Right, I read that one. Virtual reality buzzer. Named Jamie. Well, to make she said to move in with me next month. Oh, good for you, David. There's one small issue, and it's something I thought maybe we could create a product to help with. See, when I'm doing my VR sessions, it's easy for someone to sneak up on me because I can't see or hear them. This inspired me to think of a product, a simple vibrating buzzer that attaches to a VR headset so it can be felt even during the most intense sequences. Connecting that to a radio controller, I could place the button outside of my study and she could buzz me when she needs me, with no chance of being caught by surprise. What do you think? Yeah, that's interesting. Note about the radio chip. Normally reading Xbus causes the microcontroller to block until data becomes available. As a non-blocking Xbus buffer. When no data... Okay. That makes things... Yeah, that should make things easier, I would think. Because I don't have to constantly worry about oversleeping, so to speak. Parts, radio controller. Probably don't need to read the documentation, I can probably figure it out, but I'll read it anyway. Always read. Okay. Presenting the C2S RF901. If you need an easy and effective wireless solution for your embedded system design, Chennai Com's solution has the answer in the form of the C2S RF901. A low-power RF transceiver with a built-in antenna and auto-sensing RF switch. The C2S-RF901 sends and receives data over a reliable wireless link using a dual Xbus connection. Receive and transmit here. With transmit and receive pins located on the same side of the part, you will never find yourself moving components in an awkward way. To accommodate the C2S-RF901 in your designs, just place it down and don't worry. Your best solution for wireless, indeed. This chip is a true turnkey in solution for the wireless communications that you will find yourself using every day. When it comes to wireless, don't be a protozoan. Just get yourself C2S-RF901. Radio RX is a non-blocking connected to a radio receiver. Buzzer is a simple output connected to an electromechanical buzzer. Whenever a data packet is received over the radio, read it and execute the corresponding command in the following table. Power off, power on, turn on. Okay, this shouldn't be too hard. I love how it reads like an ad. They all read like ads. All this like supplemental data. I had a blast reading the sound one. Right. Oh god. Okay. So we don't need to make use of the transmit. In fact, it should just be as simple as this, right? One assumes. Let me just get a better seating. There we go. So, I feel like it should be as simple as that. So, this constantly sends out a signal when constantly sends out 999. So we just do a test if equal to 1, and then it should do that, and then we set it back down to 0, and it turns off. Oh, the trick here is it's not a constant signal like the other one. So I have to do it off a single tick to store the data. Well, that should be easy. I just store it in the accumulator. And then I don't know. We'll see how easy this is. Move X1. No, because then that doesn't work. Test if equal to X0, 1. If true, move 100 P1, sleep 1, move 0, P1, sleep 1. I'm already falling into the trap. I know I am. I know this won't work, but I'm just getting it through my head. Yeah. Because that'll read the first blip, it'll run the code, and then it'll stop running because it's not reading it. So we move it in the, if we move it into the accumulator first, ACK0 to ACK, then we can test. If it is equal to, test if ACK is equal to 1. If so, run this code. No, because then it won't constantly be in the ACK. But we need to do 2 checks. That's the same problem, just with more code. So I need this to run constantly until it detects 0. Is it as simple as just adding another microcontroller? I think it is. We'll try that for now. I think it's just that simple. If we just add another microcontroller, then we can have this constantly run until it receives a signal to stop. Like that, yeah. And then this just gets moved down to here. This will sleep until it receives a signal on x plus 0. When it does, it will move x plus 0. It will move x plus 0 into the accumulator. This will test if the accumulator is equal to 0. I realized my mistake. Plus, 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 plus. That's equals plus. There. So when it receives a signal, it will update the accumulator and run the code. And it will keep running it. Except this is stupid because this needs to be 1. That was probably the loudest I could have hit the keys, I apologize. So now we do so we just do 2 tests. Test if equal to 1, send 1 over the x1 bus. Test if equal to 0, send 0 over the bus, and then that updates it in the second microcontroller. Okay. Test if equal to x1. No, that's x0. 1, if true. Send move 1 over x1. Test if equal to x00. Move 0 over x0. Sleep 1. Okay. It's getting the first one, and then not doing the rest. Oh, because it just goes back to sleep. Move 0 over x1? What? Moves 0 over x1? Oh. Yeah, no, that was a problem, but it's still broken because this constantly receives data, or needs to constantly receive data, or it stops working. So it runs this once, and then it goes back to sleep until it receives another x1 signal. So can I just constantly make it sleep? Do I have to include that? Sleep 1. Yeah, because it's not reading, yeah. It needs to be ready to read at that moment. So it needs to have that. Or I just need to time it perfectly, which doesn't... my poor brain. We've got the basics here. That's the problem now, is this microcontroller sleeps until it receives something over x1. Is there a way we can move that here? What tells the buzzer to do different pulses? The 1 and 0. So what this code does is it tests if this is turned on, and then what this code does is it just goes on for 100, one move, so turns it on, moves 1 tick, turns it off, 1 tick, moves it on, 1 tick, turns it off, 1 tick. And it should constantly do that because it'll constantly keep testing that this is turned on. But because it has to sleep until it receives another signal, it just does 1 pulse and then stops because it has to sleep until it receives another 1. Meanwhile, up here, we only send the 1s and 0s. What is saying do it 3 or 5 times? Oh, what's telling it is just when the 0 is pushed. When it's on or not on. So when it detects a 1, it turns on and will loop that 1 buzz every 2 ticks. So it'll go on, off, on, off, on, off, on, off until it detects a 0. Then what it will do is it will test this is equal to 1. This will be 0. So it's like, oh, it's not on. So don't run this loop. And then the buzzer turns off. And that's done up here. So when it detects a 1, test if equal to 1, move 1 over the X bus, this becomes 1, this loop runs. Test if equal to 0, move 0 over the X1, this becomes 0, it's not equal anymore, it stops looping. So the problem, like that works. The problem is we have the dead air of this waiting for instructions. Maybe if I store it in the... You have 2 checks, but there are 3 states, yeah. Hold on, I think I read a topic on the 999 here. Do I just do another check? But then what would it do? Just do nothing? It would just send nothing over the X bus, but then what would it do? No, if we make it send the ACK over, it will constantly send the accumulator value over. Do we do the same check? We do the same thing up here. So we just move X1 to the ACK. This is more lines of code, but I get it's not code efficient, but. And then we have a final one at the end that moves the accumulator over X1. And it will constantly do that. Part not sleeping. What part? Oh, because it's not ready to read here. Yeah, this is right, and this is sleeping. This needs to be reading. So now the timing's messed up. There's not a way to make it sleep until it's ready to write, is there? No. Okay, now we have a different problem. We have a timing problem. I'm wondering if this is a problem that could just be solved by using the pins. Because of the first one, it's waiting for the X bus, and in this one, the X bus is wrong. So maybe we just constantly have the read right through the accumulators, going through the pins instead. So let's try that. Move pin 0 into the accumulator, simulate. Part is not sleeping. Right, we need to add a sleep in here. Now they're out of sync. What happens if I just make this one non-optional? Now it's one out of sync. And it constantly runs. Sleep. Move to accumulator. Sleep. Button is pushed. We have the same problem as before. It reads before it's written to, so it reads the wrong value. This is the problem with multi-core. God, I remember having to do this for my project. So move ACK over P1. Oh, and then there's... Then we don't get it up to here. Okay, so that reads it. Now we read the code. Okay, 0 is now pushed. Move. Wait a minute. Test if x0 is equal to 0? Shouldn't that be equal? Why is that code not running? But step. Okay, so why is it still broadcasting? 999 over the 0. Oh, I saw the 1 tick there. Oh, we missed the tick. So it doesn't read the 0. Oh, now that's even more fun. Oh, because then I now see the problem. Okay, so now we have a timing problem with this X bus because the tick happens and it's testing for 1. And then it's like, okay, that doesn't happen. Move on to the next test, but by that point, the 0 has passed. Yeah, I test for 1 and consume the 0. So I would have to move it into the data first, and then test it. Oh god, this is just becoming more convoluted with every fucking problem. Alright, so... Oh, it just feels wrong, but maybe it's right. Move X0. That's not move. Move X0 into the accumulator. Test. Move that over P1. And this should work over the 1 tick. Move that over. Test if act is equal to 0. Test if act is equal to 1. Spaghetti all the way down until you learn how to work with it. Yep, fair. I mean, that's just code, isn't it? Move 1 into P1. So that moves the value into the accumulator. Then tests if it's equal. So if it's equal to 1, it sends a 1 pulse down to here, which then should set this. No, it's 1 out of sync because this has 2 sleeps. But if I make that an optional sleep, then it doesn't work. Do I put this in first, maybe? Wait a minute, let me just see where it goes 1 out of sync. Okay, so step by step. Here. It reads a 1. Moves that into the accumulator. That's that command. Tests it's equal to 1, moves 1 over P1. And then it's out of sync for the next sleep. Yeah. And that's where the X-Bus is useful. But then the sleep problem with the loop happens. Oh god. Bad practice. Usually race conditions are not fun. Yeah, I know what you mean, but at the same time, I don't... Then we have the read-write problem of them not being looped up, or it runs once. Like, we have 2 different solutions here. Both have their problems. This one means they're reading and writing before each other get there. But with the bus, it has to wait for that read-write. Yeah. This is the reason I decided electronic engineering isn't the field for me. Yeah, fair enough. Alright, let's try it. Let's try it the X-Bus way again. Because that, yeah, the general purpose input-output has its own problems. Oh, it's a pseudo register. Okay. So this doesn't work because we have to wait for the read write. Well, simple stuff hard because the language and hardware are insanely limited. Yeah, like reading this, like I don't have an and. The loop, I just looked at the loop and kind of just shut off. Maybe if I don't make this optional. The problem is it has to do the sleep check for the in X bus. So let's work on that problem. Can you stack test equal twos to simulate an and? I think you can, but at that point it's just a mess. You can. I tried it, and it's written down, but nowhere does it explain that either. Right. So the current problem is we need it to keep looping through until it detects a 0 on the X bus. How do we get it? But the problem is, if it... We can't have a while, can we? Loop until ACC is 10? Okay, let's look at the loop here. Label, condition, instruction, comment. Okay. Syntactically valid lines. Loop. Test equal to accumulator 10. Jump to end. Yeah, the current problem is it'll detect a 1. So it's off currently. It'll detect a 1. It'll move that into the accumulator from the X bus. Run the rest of the code. It'll test equal to sleep. It'll run the base loop. Covered depth. The puzzles themselves push you towards certain ways of thinking to prepare you. Like half of the first camp. Yeah, this is just teaching you how the systems work. Like, I'm just trying to figure out the way that I have to layer things. Because I want it to keep pulsing until it detects a 0. But the problem is it won't keep pulsing because it doesn't... Is there another way to do the pulsing? Like, the only way I can think of is that, but is there another way? Multiplied, not... Been interesting. We'll definitely tune in for more if you play again. Yeah, I definitely think I'm definitely going to play more of this. Good night, Josh. Oh my god, it's already 11, quarter past 11. Alright. Okay. So, what is this not value? If the value in the accumulator is 0, store a value of 100. Maybe do I have to use a bigger data chip just so I have this extra data storage, maybe? That still doesn't solve the waiting problem, though. Because it will just sleep until it receives a signal, at which point it will stop looping. I can do it or initialize to the value of 0. Pin registers, reading running through the pins allows a single microcontroller to communicate and coordinate with others. A single big chip and extra register is invaluable. It is, but like at the same time, how does that solve the problem? Because the problem isn't with register, it's the timing. Or is it? Is that a different way of moving? No, because I still have to do the move command. I still have to push the 100 and 0 out to the buzzer, and it won't run those lines of code if it's waiting for a signal. And if I just add another microcontroller on top of that that just holds the loop code, then we have the same problem as just have the same problem trickling down. Let's look at this problem again here. See, no, this one's fine because it's just a constant signal. The problem with it is it has to move accumulator over P1. The problem in there is that there's another sleep. There is a subtle mechanic that will help you there. I'm just trying to think it through. That's the problem. The problem is because it's not a constant signal. It has to go up and down, up and down. It needs to run that sleep check to advance it, I would think. Or at least that's my understanding of it. Is there another method that would allow me No, because then that would have to wait for the signal, and that may get muddied with the turnoff. Storing the previous reading from low to high. So I'm reading this light controller one, which is similar to this. Except the problem is that it doesn't have the dead space. It's either 100 or 0 for the activation, so 1 or 0. And it's a constant signal as the output. So if I just sleep through it, it's fine, because it's always transmitting 50 until it changes. But with this one, because it has to constantly change what signal it's outputting, I can't just sleep until the next signal arrives, because it will do one pulse and then stop. Try delaying the value check on the second microcontroller. Well, by how much? That's the thing. That doesn't work because it's not sleeping for it. Let's put in what I need first. Sleep until there's a connection on X0. So try delaying it on the first. Move. So instead, move the sleep up here. Like that. No, because then that does one. It does the same thing, but now one out of sync. God, these really are devious little things, because I know what I have to do, I just don't know how to do it. Because yeah, it detects the first one, and then it just sleeps through the loop. I'm looping. I'm a broken fucking record. Try delaying the value red. What, at the very top? Like here? No, same issue. Somehow the 1 and 0s are still getting through. I don't know specifically where you mean, like which line. Oh god, this is a complete mess. This is not delaying, I just shifted the code. Oh, you mean put in like NOPs again? Like... I seriously don't remember. So what, just NOP? Ay ay ay. Let's have 2 sleeps. Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Why am I writing it twice? Does that do anything? It's interesting. One after both ends? I seriously have no idea what you're asking me to put in and where. In the first chip, delay the value check. So after the move, pay attention to what happens now. This one's out of sync, this one works. This one's out of sync, this one works. Okay. So, read, nothing happens. Move 2 ticks. Sleep, read with a 1. Yeah, that's the problem with that one, is because where the 1 is, it's... Wait a minute, so why do some work and some don't? It's very strange. Is that what I should be looking at? So this one doesn't work, and yet this one does. So why does this one work? Oh, because the sleeps line up. 2, 4, 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, yeah. So that doesn't do anything but delay the signal. So It's gonna click. It has to at some point in my fucking head. Send, so tank, move the signal. Receives the signal, moves it to the accumulator, tests. I would love to have it spelled out. Or at least just tell me the command and figure out, because I just feel like it's so much spaghetti at this point. I feel like do I need to constantly send it? But then if I constantly send it, it sends the 999s. Hang on. If we have it constantly sending it, the bottom's already checking it. Probably. Look at the value sent by the transmitter. $999. We step through it. One. Nope, same problem. But that's literally just cut out an entire thing. And for the same effect. So what's happening here? Reads that. Okay, it reads it for one pulse. Like, am I taking a step backwards here? I don't know. Is that the value is not lost once the next time unit starts. So let's put it back to the way it was. This is already a mess. The value is not lost once the next time unit starts. So let's just do it back to this way. Okay, it's still 1 here, yeah? Sleep. That sleeps until the next time unit starts. And they both sleep until the next time unit starts. It's not much help. I am this dense. When my brain comprehends it, it will feel like a kick in the taint. the value on the second one? Like, it's like I want that to keep occurring. I would need to have that test first, though. What helped me to solve this one? The value is not lost. Like, what, from the actual transmitter or in the accumulators? So, one, because it looks like it only transmits for that one tick. But then I hold it in the accumulator until the next one starts. The one from the transmitter. The value is not lost? Doesn't it just revert though? So yeah, add in like 2 sleeps. And then pay close attention to what happens to the transmitter. Okay, let's have a look at that. So this is what you wanted me to do before. It only seems that way because you instantly read it. So yeah, we put a sleep here. So 1. Ah, yeah, so it sleeps there. And why does it do that? It only changes once I read it? Once I write the data? Is that what happens? It only reverts back to 999 once it notes that the data has been received. That's interesting. No data is available. You can keep working. Let me just read the document again. So you can keep working while you wait for data to arrive. So until that is read, nothing will change. So can I solve this with just one big chip? Then, to have that extra data thing. So, basically take this, and if it's a 0 or 1, we store it in data, otherwise it goes to the accumulator. We do a check. Anytime it updates. Oh, this is gonna be a mess, but okay. So anytime the bus updates. Okay, so out of x1 down here. So it will wait until data is received by the microcontroller before erasing it. So let's just store this just in case I need it, just in case I want to go back to my old method. Yeah. It's just constantly sending 1. Okay. Interesting. Okay. What a weird way of doing things. So it constantly sends 1 until the controller reads it. This is also just in the way, but we'll solve that. Let's go out of P1. There. So now we edit this. So until it receives until it sends a value and is received, it will constantly transmit the last value sent. So, okay, let's work over this. So, test if equal to data 1, and since we have another variable here, we can do this. Plus plus. We can have the double plus now, I think. Knock on wood. Just separate that out. So move x0 into the accumulator. Into the accumulator. And it will constantly do that. Test if equal to accumulator 1. If that is true, move accumulator to data. Test if equal to accumulator 0. Oh no. No. Yeah. Accumulator 0. Move accumulator to data. And part not sleeping, right. Remove one of these from the end. And there it goes! Look at that puppy bird! Get rid of this shit. Oh god. Look at that. And watch it go. Right. So let's examine that. I was being constantly held up by the fact that I would need a microcontroller to run the loop and one to run the checks from the transmitter. But because the transmitter constantly sends out data, it doesn't need to wait. And doing that on the small chip, there is the problem. Because you don't have that second data file, and you would constantly be overwriting your check. You need that second one for the switch. Which is why I thought I needed 2. When instead I could have just used the big one, which has the accumulator and data. So it moves whatever value this is transmitting, be it 1, 0, or -999, into the accumulator. If it's 1, turn the switch on. If it's 0, turn the switch off. What if there's a way to optimize that? Probably not. You can do it in one small chip. With some clever code? Yeah, probably, yeah. God, how would you do that? Test if equal to... You would need to somehow ignore... No, but then you only have 9 lines. I feel like you would need a loop in there. Test, so you would have... I would need to figure out how loops work. But I think I know what you would do there. You would move the transmit value constantly into the microcontroller and constantly update the accumulator value like we were doing here. So move x0 into accumulator. You would test if it's equal to 1. Loop. I know you can do loops, but I don't know the syntax very easily. And then loop until jump. So yeah, loop until, so here's the program. Loop until accumulator is 10. Test if equal to accumulator is 10. So you would do let's write it out. Let's write it out. So move x0 into accumulator. Test if the accumulator is 1. If it is, run the loop. No, because then it will just keep looping. I would need another move. Move. Let's try it this way. Move. No. I know there's a way to do it with the loop. It would do it until it reads... When it reads a 1, it turns on the loop. Or maybe it just constantly loops it. No, 1, it turns on the loop. Until it detects a 0, then it turns off the loop. Either way, the fucking design's done. I'm done with this puzzle. I'm done with this fucking puzzle. Alright. Done. Oh my lord. Exactly as I had imagined. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'll be 2 seconds. And there. And we're back. Alright. Prototyping new ideas. Sometimes a decent prototype idea falls out when you're faffing about with the chips and code and the like, so I've set up an empty prototype board for us to experiment on. You can test with some different parts too, such as custom LCD panels. Custom LCDs, are you serious? Install handheld games. If you have finished all your... I have more work for you. Who's this Carl fella you mentioned? Eh? Oh, I have to design and create an electronic game. What are the other puzzles? Today I want to talk about the goofy things visitors here tend to say. Actually, just one thing. It feels like every time a certain kind of Western visitor comes to China, looks around, they go, Wait a second. I thought China was communist, so why is everyone shopping at the store? That's when everyone around laughs, because one, the dude always thinks he is making some good observation when we've heard that at least 1 trillion times before. Trust me on this. And two, it's complicated. And they're so surprised when they get here. Like, they have no idea that things are changing dramatically here this whole time. Well, hey, you haven't been sitting around doing nothing since Nixon, and neither have we. Changing, yep. That's just sandbox and the tax is optional. Yeah, I saw it says click here to indicate that you've completed. Alright. Wireless game controller. I'm wrapping up a project to make a game console and could use some assistance. Before you get too excited, it sounds far more fun than it actually is. The console is just a tiny, super cheap box we're making for Sleep Cubes, big Japanese capsule hotel chain to stick in every pod. The games will just be some free draws they find, I'm sure. At any rate, I've got it mostly done, just need a module for the little wireless controller that comes with it. I ping you, you tell me what's going on, nothing much more than that. What's this one? Laser tag equipment. Please don't blame me for this, I have a friend, more like an acquaintance, from a while back many jobs ago. He's always been a bit of a nutter, and I guess what happened was he made a decent bit of cash with that app, or something, and decided to retire from the program his life, and build laser tag arenas for the rest of his days. So the worst of it, he's calling his franchise to be the Awesomeplex. In any case, he wanted to see if we could make some scorekeeping wearables for it, and I said yes. I'm not entirely sure why. I suppose in the unlikely event his arenas do take off, it'll look brilliant in hindsight. Oh yeah, Joe. Either on or off. Too many for a microcontroller on its own, but good use for the DX300. Oh, the I/O extender. Okay, well, let's try the little help. Let's try the wireless one. Okay, now we know how this works a little bit. X and Y are simple inputs connected to a joystick. A and B are simple inputs connected to buttons. Radio RX is a non-blocking X bus input connected to a radio receiver. Radio TX is an X bus output connected to so. Okay, when a data packet is received over the radio from the game console, respond to the following 3-value data packet, making sure to include the most recent input values. 0 if A is 0 and B is 0. 1 if A is 100, B is 1. Input's -1, okay. Okay, so 6337, what? 3-value data packet. So 7370 65530. So it's expecting 3 to be pressed here. Here only B is pressed, so it's expecting a 2. 0, 0, 3, 0, 0. On that time tick. On this time tick, it should expect 2, 2. Okay. So and I assume these are the current joystick values. 63 and 37. Okay. So we go with an X, Z, X, Y, and then bundle. A 3-value data packet. Alright, let's see how we do those. I think I saw something like that. Maybe I didn't. Oh no, I send them one after the other on different ticks. Okay. Interesting. So, okay. So I need to send the X value, then the Y value, and then the AB value, which is either 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's sit up. Right. It's all on the same tick. So I have to transmit 3 numbers simultaneously? Okay. Like, do they have to be? Or is it like they don't get lost? Oh well. We'll figure it out. Okay. So we need something that determines whether... So this is a simple 100, 100. Same time unit, that is. So they all have to be transmitted on the same... So what? I have to do something like this? No, because then the part's connected to self. So I probably need one thing. How does that work? So, looking at it, I need something that... I need a microcontroller that determines whether the 0, 1, 2, 3 from A and B... I need that. I need something that determines that constantly. X and Y are raw, so we can send those. Then we need another, so we need one microcontroller to determine the AB value. And then we need one more to bundle that and send the packet. When it's requested. You receive from RX to TX, different pins. Well, that's the thing, like, if I have to send to that, yeah. I was just thinking how you send 3 things at once. So I have to send 3 things in the same tick. So, yeah, so we'll probably need a small microcontroller to determine the AB value. P and 1 probably just get read here. Can I rotate a bridge? No. Oh, shite. Okay. Yeah, so... So it reads the XY. This one will determine the value of A and B, and then ship that to X2. X3 will receive the tick, and X0 will transmit it. Okay. You can take as much time as you want, just make sure it's in the same time unit. Yeah, so I can't sleep through it. Okay. I think this is the basic data layout I will need. So this microcontroller will determine the AB values. Spaghetti. It is indeed spaghetti. So this will determine the AB values and then send the 0, 1, 2, or 3 to this one. Meanwhile, this one will bundle everything. When it receives a signal from RX, it will read P0, P1, X1, or X2. Bundle all of those, send them over X0. That's how it goes, okay. Yeah, I think that's the basic physical layout. Now we just have to work on the code. So AB layout needs to receive P0 and P1 constantly, and then send that across the X bus. Okay, well, hold on, what was the information again? If A, B is 0, so if P0 is powered, so we can just do that with simple addition, I would think. So no, because if it's addition, then it'll constantly increase. We want it capped at 3. Maybe if we reset it every tick? We do accumulator. So add, send, reset. Add, send, reset. Let's try it that way. So A corresponds to a 1, B corresponds to a 0. So test equal to P0, 100. If true, add 1. Test equal to P1, 100. Add 2. Then we send that across the X bus, move X0, no, AC over X0. Reset the accumulator to 0. 2A27. What's that? Well, we'll see. Moves. So then that resets the tick. Sleep 1. Oh. Slip. Part is not sleeping. Oh, right, there's nothing to write. Well, for now, let's just make sure the accumulator works out. Okay, so button A is pushed. The value should be 1. Send, reset to 0. Test 1, 2, send, sleep. 3, yeah, okay. That's a basic way of making it work for the time being. So redo, undo, redo. There we go. Okay, that's our basic AB. We'll probably have to fix it later, but for now, let's work on the other one. So when we receive a signal of -1, send everything over X0. Okay, now the hard part. So can we constantly, because I'm still kind of sleepy on how the X buses work. So they only transmit when both are ready to read / write. So to get that to work, we need it Okay, first off, we need to detect the -1. So, move pin X3 to data. What's happening? Move ag X0? So it's constantly... Oh, this isn't sleeping. I wrote sleep again. And then that breaks. Let's do a sleep 2 just to make sure it reads. That's not how it works. Alright. Just assume it works. Okay, so that will move X3 constantly into data. XBus ports block. When a part writes to it, it'll wait until the data is read. If a part reads from an XBus port, it'll wait until data is available. Move X2 and if your large chip, it'll wait some cycles until the smaller chip sends the data. That one will wait? Really? No, because it's not ready to read. I need to have the sleep until. So if I do sleep 1 here as well. Okay, there we go. It needs to be sleeping constantly. So it's ready to read when it's asked. Okay. Wait until the data's read. Page 9? Unfortunately, that doesn't help much because they're not numbered. All these say 1 of 1. How useful is that? Disabled operands, program structures, labels, test instructions. Yeah, like none of these are labeled on the paper itself, so. Synchronous protocol, data over XBus bins is only transferred when there is both a reader attempting to read and a writer attempting to write. At least yeah, I know the PDF. I have the paper. I don't know which one's which. Alright. I assume it's the light controller. If a read or write is attempted without a corresponding operation on a connected device, the operation will block. Yeah. I vaguely know that. It's just I'm not quite sure how to work around that yet. Really? Do I not have that? Hold on. Let me open up my PDF. Page 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This one. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. Discrete data packets, yeah. Sleep, just waiting for that data. Yeah, I know that. It's just getting the timing to line up. The problem is we haven't filled it, and I don't know how to work around that yet to get the timing correct without just adding in ticks. Like, I don't know how to make it wait cycles yet. I know how to make it sleep until it's ready to write, but until that line of code is ready to execute, I'm not quite sure. So for now, let's just work on the basic code here. So you don't have to sleep. You do, or it won't advance the time slot. Move x2 into dat. Because now there's just nothing happening because it's not moving. Like, it's going in, but there's nothing happening. Well, maybe that's just because it isn't working. Move act into 10 into act. I know 12 does go over, and then it stops because it's not ready, because it's not sleeping. I know what you mean, but the problem is organizing it properly. Yes, I know that'll work. I know how it works. I just don't know how to implement that into a proper full microcontroller yet. I know how the XBus works. It's just making it run properly. Like, I know what the clutch does on a car. Do I know how it works properly and like how to properly put it into one? No. So first off, we have to read when this is ready. So when it requests the input from RX1, which is constant. So that's probably the one we want to work with first. So move from x3 into data. Move from x2 into the accumulator. And that should keep both XBuses happy, I would think. Maybe. We'll work on it later. We'll get the full code written up. So test if equal to data -1. So if that's true, you need to bundle and send all. Is RX non-blocking? Yes, RX is non-blocking. So TQ data -1. So we need to read P0, P1, and whatever's in data. No, whatever's in accumulator. Send it over X0. So move P0. Is it just as simple as X0? And then move accumulator over X0. Sleep one. It's not as simple as this, is it? Oh my lord, it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're getting there. We are learning. Nice. Yeah, like, I know how the XBuses work. It's just, I'm not completely comfortable with using them yet. Like, I don't specifically know when to use them, when to call them, and so on and so forth. But yeah, that's working. That's nice. Alright, next one. You want dead, tired salaryman, marginally happier. Yeah, fair, fair. Alright. Are you lonely? Do you feel isolated and disconnected from the world? Scientists have shown that a lack of real-life ties to others can lead to depression, which in turn, well, I could have told you that. You don't need scientists. Which in turn can negatively affect performance at work. Don't let the lack of human interaction reduce your effectiveness. Virtual friends from buddy bots are quality friends nearly indistinguishable from real-life people. Our characters are developed by the world's top personality designers and are completely customizable, so whether you want a supportive presence to help you through a difficult time, or a flirtatious sidekick to banter with throughout the day, you're covered. Subscriptions are flexible and competitively priced with other bot companion services. Stop being lonely, feel the connection, and become a top contributor to your company's success. Oh lordy. Tag, you're it. Oh, here we are, device 2A27. I feel like I should do them in order, but you were excited about this one, so I'm interested. Determine that thorium mining operators can be optimized by as much as 2.7% by creating a device with certain specifications. The specifications are included in this communique. Please create 50 of these devices and ship to 101 Road, China. Hey. Laser tag can be simplified a lot, though. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Like, a lot of them, they take a while to do, but once you get them, it is just an optimization problem. Is a company run without human involvement? Ooh, interesting. It has money and investors, and it makes decisions for itself on what to do with that money using information from multiple lower-level monitoring and analysis programs. Oh, that's neat. Well, let's do it then. Let's do the laser tag. Y'all are hyping it up. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of information. Okay. It is a simple input connected to an array of laser sensors on a vest. Respawn is a simple input connected to a quick connect jack on a vest. Okay, so that's the tap in. Alive is a simple output connected to an array of LED lights on a vest. Trigger and reload are simple inputs connected to switches in a replica gun. Fires a simple out to the trigger. When players hit, their vest should be set to not alive. When a player is respawned, their vest should be set to alive. When a player reloads their gun, whether alive or not. DX300? Oh, the input-output splitter. Okay. Oh god, we got new parts. Okay. I should probably read up on their... I'll read up on their thing after I'm done with the brief here. Okay. When a player reloads their gun, whether alive or not, their ammo count should be set to the ammo reload value. Okay, so I don't have to do a check there. When a player is alive, pulls the trigger, and has ammo remaining, the gun should fire, and the ammo count should be decremented by 1. To allow for realistic operation of various replica guns, the ammo reload value is set by the operator. Okay. Interesting. Let's read up on these new parts. So, DX300, digital input-output expander. Control the world with the DX300 digital I/O expander. This unique and useful part can read up or write up to 3 on-off signals at once. Over simple I/O or XBus. It is sure to find its ideal application in answering many of your control and signal processing needs. Contact us to request samples. Usage: write a 3-digit number to any XBus pin to change the state of the simple I/O pins. Now that does sound interesting. Yeah. You fucking RAM and ROM. Use 32 megabytes of RAM for this vest. Oh yeah. You just have like a chip that they just slam into you. Okay. Right. A 3-digit number to any XBus pin to change the state of the simple I/O pins. The 3 digits of value written will be used to turn the simple pins on or off, depending on if the digit is a 1 or a 0. Read from any XBus pin to get a 3-digit number that captures the state of, okay, so the 3, okay. It captures the state of the IO pins, the digits, okay, so it's a 3-number value. So 011 is, wait, it goes from, oh, from top to bottom, okay. So 000 is they're all off, 111. When representing the state of the simple IO pins, the value in one column corresponds to B0, while the tens column corresponds... Yeah, I figured that out. Okay. So that'll be very useful for things that are one state. So alive, what, the trigger, hit. Yeah, so when you detect a hit, it'll just switch that IO off. When the fire goes, it sends a signal. Alright, well, we'll figure out which parts go where in a second. RAM. Good God. I do not look forward to writing fucking RAM. There's RAM and ROM. Oh God, okay. There's a stepper motor example, okay. Yeah, so the IO expander is either on or off. So 100 or 0. So that'll be, which is pretty much all this is. All of these are binary values. There's just a lot of them. And it's figuring out where. I can imagine, RAM is finicky to work anywhere. Yeah. Why do you think it breaks so much and crashes? Memory's a fucking mess. Ugh. Okay. So move 0 through P0 to motor 3. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, I have a feeling we're going to be using this a lot because all of these are on-off values. So to save on space, you're going to be using them a lot. So ammo, hold on. Okay, so let's split this into its base components. What works with each other? So I did put some paper in here. So let me get my nice sharp pencil. So alive, we'll just write them all down. So alive, respawn. I should put them in a circle, that'll make things easier. Alive, respawn, hit, fire, reload, trigger. So respawn is linked to alive. Reload. Is there an ammo value? That's gonna be... I'll make another value for ammo, even though that's not a button. So reload is linked to ammo. Player's alive. There has to be check for trigger, so alive is linked to trigger. And trigger is linked to... No. Trigger is linked to ammo and fire. Or fire is linked to ammo, maybe? That's also one way to work with, but both of those are optional. We'll put lines there. So it can be one or the other. We don't need both to trigger the ammo count. Trigger. Hit is linked to alive. I think that's our web. So we're gonna need a microchip for alive, which detects pins from the alive and Right. I'm just getting it through my head. Yeah, so alive. Oh, they just flipped that way? Okay. I was hoping I could rotate it 90 degrees. So alive is linked to respawn and hit, which are all on this side. So really, can I just... I can probably put those all into there, and then those link to a single chip that processes alive. Okay. Alive is linked to trigger. So that'll go into the chip. We'll just go with big chips for now, just make things easy. And we can downsize if we need to. Yeah, we can do the efficiency at the end. Trigger is linked. Ammo is its own thing, so that is going to be its own microcontroller. So this is the alive checker. Works with everything to do with alive. So yeah, if you are hit, it will read that you are hit, then it will send it back that you were not alive. So hit, yeah, it's in the same tick. Okay, so good. Now trigger ammo, trigger reload and fire. Again, these are all binary values, so we can throw another one of these in. Let's just throw them all in for now. So fire is linked to trigger. This is gonna be spaghetti in the code. Right. I'm gonna put that there for the time being. Does it read from always P2 to P0? Hundreds always, yeah. So it'll always be P2, P1, P0. Okay. Okay, this is related to the gun mechanism. This is sort of related to the vest mechanism, and we will link them eventually, so... Basic thing we want to pull is when respawn is... So we read it constantly. So move x1 to data, just for now. Where were the digit values, actually? Sorry, I'm not putting it up there. I'm putting it back in my lap, because I'm going to be needing this. Because I remember there was a digit in the arithmetic. Here we are. Digit, registrar, integer. Isolate the specified digit. Well, now it has to be in the ACC, so... Accumulator. Specified by the first to the value of the second. Digit set. Okay. So we use digit and digit set. So no, alive needs to be a check for firing. No, alive needs to be checked for triggers. Oh, can I have two? I can. Oh, would you look at that? Well, that doesn't work, so. So the hit occurs. Hit is independent of everything else. So when a hit is detected, alive goes to dead. That's always happening. When a respawn is detected, alive always goes to alive and is independent of anything else. So we're looking for things that are independent and not reliant on other things. Meanwhile, alive needs to be linked to the trigger, because if you're not alive, you can't pull the trigger. So so for this chip, we need to make hit and respawn interact with alive, and then be able to send that data away. And yeah, the alive value will change. Yeah, okay. So we're storing the alive value in data. That will be sent. The IO expander values will be stored in the accumulator, written to with digit and digit set. Okay, let's try and write this first one. Lean back. So, digits are from P2 to P1, so it goes alive, respawn, hit. Alive, so we want to move X1 to the accumulator. Isolate the specified digit, digit 0. No, because then that doesn't work, because I have to... Oh, that's weird. There's not an append either, is there? I have to create the whole number. Oh, that's weird. Okay. That adds another level of complexity. Okay, so... I keep forgetting. $10, and then nothing for... Actually, no, this should be outputting 100, but it wasn't changed. Oh, alive is an output. Is a bit overkill for now? Really? It is? Okay. I thought that was what this particular thing was explaining in addition to the IO expanders. Okay. I keep forgetting. Okay, alive's an output that is affected by input. Okay. So we just need to... Right, because I don't need to write to hit and respawn. I just need to write to alive, so... You know, they're all 1-tick pulses, so we just send ticks of 100. Okay, so... Oh, that's neat. So... Move X1 into the ACC. If equal to 10... No, if ACK is equal to 10, move ACK to X1. No, I need to move 100 over X1. If ACK is equal to x1 move 0 over x1. Like that. I don't know that do I need to write the 3 zeros? I feel like I have to. Part not, oh right. Simulate. Eh? Why does it go back? Alright. So, move. So, it detects a respawn. Moves that into the ACC. This tests if it's equal to 10. Wait, is EQ a greater than or equal to? No, it's equal. An important part of the DX300 datasheet, did I? Don't tell me it's not constant. I did miss that bit. Reading a value from it will put its pins into input mode, clearing any previously set output values. Interesting. Okay. Well, that can just be solved by rerouting through here, can't it? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that works for now. Okay. That's the respawn and hit system done. And real quick, because we have to read this, set, no. Is it easier to, we'll do it when we get to it. I was gonna say, if we save it to data, we'll save the alive state to data as a 1 or a 0. Or 100 or 0, but we'll do that when we get to it. Okay, so that's half of it done. Okay, now for the more complicated part. Although it doesn't have to be. Okay. Where's that diagram I made? Here we are. So the trigger is linked to either ammo or fire. Okay. Okay, it's these last three. When a player reloads their gun, whether alive or not, so there doesn't need to be a check, their ammo count should be set to the ammo reload value. So if we put that in the accumulator, all right. So move x3 to the accumulator. Yeah. So that should constantly, I forgot to sleep it. There we go, 100. Okay. I assume there's more random tests because I'm not seeing a test that doesn't check. Oh no, there is. Trigger, no fire, because there's no value. Okay. So let's just move the sleep all the way down to the bottom. So when a player so what's the more important thing? What's all based? So it's all based around the trigger and kind of the ammo value. So when a player reloads their gun, their ammo count should be set to the ammo reload value. Let's work on that. So that's constantly sending it, I assume. So we can read that whenever. So test if equal to accumulator 10? Yeah. Move x0 to dat. Okay, good. Now we need to test for firing. So when the trigger is pulled, so on 100, test if equal to accumulator 100. If so, same problem. You're doing a really good job of making you want to play this. It's very, like, literally the moment I saw that it was like, read the manual, I was like, oh, now I have to, because I was just gonna play it because I played Hacknet a while back, which was more sort of a hacking sort of simulator. It's like breaking into security. It's sort of a glorified version of hacking, and you use like the command console, and they give you a very basic manual of basic Unix commands, and I found that very entertaining. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, this looks cool. And then I opened the game and it saw it had, oh, please download and print this 47-page PDF. I was like, okay, now I'm streaming this. Now I love this game. All right, where were we? Test if trigger is pulled. If the trigger is pulled, the Zachtronics games from Humble a while ago, but I've never gotten around to any of them. That's always the thing about Humble. So many games, so little time. So this is another pulse. So move 100 over P0. Sleep 1. Move 100, move 0 over P0. This is already going to mess it up, I can tell. Move, no, sub dat 1. No, that's wrong. Oh no, because it has to be in the accumulator. Well, if I don't have to do arithmetic, let's just move the values into the data, and then we can save the arithmetic for the ammo. Move 100 into P0. Wait. If that is equal to 10, move X0 into the ACK. Sub 1. Why? Oh, because it's reading triggers. It's not doing the check to see if there's ammo yet. So then test if data is, no, not data, ACK is equal to 0. Then if true, run that. It still does 1. Why does it? Oh no, now it's not firing at all. Wait, why does the act go to -1? Okay. This is something about the loops that I don't understand yet, so. Test if it's equal to 10. It is not. Reload has not been hit. Test if data is equal to 100. It is. The trigger is being pulled. Test if the accumulator is equal to 0. It is. These should all be negative. If it is equal to 0, don't fire. If it isn't, meaning it's at any other number, run this code. Nope, now it's just fucking looping. Oh, because now that's part of this one. Oh. The double test. Alright. Okay, where do we work this? So it needs when it test if the data is equal to 100. I wish there was a way to encase this code. So like if this is happening, if that, and then do another if check. Maybe this way. Test if it's greater than 0. Conditional stacking. Is this the way, though? This is the way. Okay. Yeah, now... Oh, hang on. So we get our 5 shots off. We realize it isn't fire. A reload occurs. Okay, alright. Let's go to that reload. Pause. Move x3 to test if data is equal to 10. Data is equal to 10. Move x0 into the accumulator. Test if equal data to 100. It's not. Sleep for 1 line. Move x3 into the data. Nothing is occurring. Sleep 1. Move x3 into the data. The trigger is pulled. 100 in there. Data, move 100 to P0, so fire. Sleep 1. Oh, because he's dead here. We haven't, okay, so it does work. Both of these systems work. Now I just have to do the alive check for the conditional stack, which we're going to do over XBus. Now that's the real puzzler, isn't it? Okay. Just first things first. Zip. This looks really pretty. First, might I add. This is a really pretty diagram. Show it without everything. All right, so. $100 goes into P0, otherwise 100 comes out of P0. Sleep 1. Problem is we're already using both our checks here. We're already using both data points to check ammo and what's coming in from the IO expander. So we have to do this on the fly. Oh god, that's evil. If we put the right at the end before the sleep check, I think it should work. So let's move 100 into, instead of writing it twice, let's move 100 into dat. Move 0 into dat. Move dat into P0. You can do tests a bit more cleanly. What do you mean by that? Move dat into X3. Okay, so now so where does it deal with the data? It deals with it here and here. Oh, that's messy, but it works. I can test. Oh, I know that. DX300 a bit better? Well, the DX300 isn't the problem right now. Okay, so it moves everything into there, and then it waits for this one to be ready to receive off the X bus. So if we have a data 100 here, that's the last time we need the data value to read from the X bus, or the IO expander. So if we put in a plus or minus here, can I just put it in after? Test if equal to data 100, and then just put in a fucking move x1 into data. No, because that mismatches. What if we just have a sleep until SLX1? No, it's the same problem. It's just on the wrong location. How do we do the alive check here? Could we do it from there, I wonder? So we do this, like that. Damn. Oh no, here. And then we do the check directly from the IO expander, as opposed to having to write it here, because we're already out of data, so. So instead of reading it here, Let me just read that last thing a bit. So parts reading, we'll put its pins into input mode, clearing any previously set output values. That's fine. Because I think we read it last. Or do we? So wait, writing to output mode, specified output values, reading puts pins into input mode, hearing any previously set output. Okay. I'll go. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. How's your Chinese? I feel like this is the way to do it. The only question is how. So, what's the check? It's when the trigger is pulled. When the player is alive and the trigger is pulled, which is D100. So we need to do a check here. The problem is that's a read. Everything on here is a write. Does that work? I don't know that it does, and that's what's confusing me. It's this final alive check between the two systems. What's the easiest way to do it? Because both of them work pretty damn well. The only problem is it doesn't check whether player is alive. Curry would have been better, but good. Yeah, fair. I always like a good curry at Chinese. So we need to read that value. The problem is going to be the timing, almost always. If we try and read it directly from the IO expander and plug it in, then we'll probably get a read-write error on this side's part as we try and read. Actually, it's just thinking about the format in my head. Equal to data 100. So the trigger is pulled. If it is, move data from x1 to data, because we don't need the data anymore. Oh god, there's so many things in here. If target is equal to data 100, yeah, 100, because that's the only thing that's been written to. No, it's being read. I don't. You do you. I don't know any of this. Yeah, fair. I feel like that. Damn. Yeah, now. Okay, what's the problem there? Okay. $100 is still going in. Why is $100 still going in? Because the data here hasn't reset. It's moved in 100 from here. Yeah, it's read the value. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick, and I'll leave this up. 1 second. And I am back. I'm still feeling a little peckish, so I'm gonna reach in my snack drawer and pull out a Reese's Big Cup while I stare at this problem. We're this close. This close. How do I do this final alive check without it interfering with what I have built? So how are you doing, Panner? How are the dogs? How's everyone doing? You having a good evening? / morning, wherever you are? Just assume the user is dead inside. I keep respawning you, but it keeps going to dead immediately. It's always noon somewhere. It's always noon somewhere. Dogs are good? They want leftover foods though? Yeah, that's fair. We always used to give them like the little plastic Tupperwares. We'd just throw it on the floor and they'd lick it out. Smoking, chilling, yeah, fair. I always appreciate some company. Like, feel free to like chat. Like, I don't mind. It's not interrupting my intellectual process or anything. Oh god, that's good. Although I see that the mic is actually picking up my throat, so let's move that a little bit away. This should be so simple. It's the timing now. Ugh. Let me look at the IO expander some more. So. The problem with this design, they always want foods. Who doesn't always want foods? That is why the world is as large as it is. Because we always want foods, and there is plenty of it. They still have food in? Eh. It's Australian noon, so almost lunchtime. Oh. It's one side of the globe I haven't been to. I've been stateside, I've been kind of central, Middle East area as well. I've never been quite as far east as, like, the far Asian countries. Or Australia, for that matter. It's hidden in how you test the DX300. What do you mean, how I test it? Like, how I read it? Hang on, can I just use this IO port? Let's try this one. Do I even read? Kind of. So test is data is equal to 101. That's not gonna work, is it? No, now the fire does. Oh, wait, it worked there. Okay, so why didn't it work the first time? Pause? No, reset. Simulate, pause. Okay, so trigger. Okay, so move X3 over the data. So reads the data. It reads that you are right. It doesn't detect. Wait a minute, no. Episode of the Twilight Zone. So much I need to watch and read, and now school's starting up again. It is my last semester though, so God, what am I gonna do? So it tests if the reload button was pressed. It was not. Move on to this one. Test if data is equal to 101. Trigger was pulled and you are alive. It is true. Wait a minute, why didn't it detect this reload? Data is currently 1. Oh, because it's going to read as 11 when the reload button's pushed. Yes. Oh, I know I'll get it. It's just working down the chain. Almost graduating, yeah. I got my honors degree this year. Wild time, what a wild time. So, can I just set that to 11? No, because the reload has to occur even if you're dead. Well, then can I just do 2 checks? Yeah, just test for 10 and 11. Sure. Test if equal to that 11. It's a bit messy, but I think this works. Oh, look at that. We got there. Woo-hoo-hoo! Getting old. I know. It's terrifying. This is gonna be the year when I probably move out. This is probably gonna be the year when I have my own place. It's gonna be a wild time. Wow, none of my friends finished that. But let's look at it. Yeah, it is deceptively difficult. Or not deceptive. It is deceptively easy. 'Cause there is a lot to do. There's a lot to keep track of, but it is just working with on or off. It's just It's just the binary. It is very simple to work with. Yeah, it's working. I don't know how much my delay is. That actually seems like it's quite a big one. But yeah. Oh, thank you, Pander. This is one problem of many. I am smart cookie. I'll order myself more drink. Maybe a lollipop. But yeah, it's mainly just on-off states, which makes it a little bit easier. And I actually really like these expanders. This was a really fun one. This might be my favorite so far. Alright, cool dad. Oh. This one's gonna be big. How big? Well, if it's from Joe, it's probably not too big. Well, you might just be talking to the guy who negotiated to make all of the light-up color-changing vapes that Cool Dad is going to give away on this year's global tour. Literally millions of these. Ooh, color values. Okay. Then we control some LEDs to get the shade we want. I put a bunch of extra LEDs in the prototyping bin too, since those should be fun to play with. I'll tip for you, see the little triangle at the beginning of an XBus data packet? That's when all of those values in that packet are coming. It's not like one per time unit. Yeah. See, this is that's what it was meaning for the was it the little help one? That would have been nice to know. Fortunately, I had you guys, but that was helpful. So shame that Cool Dad's actual music, if I can call it that, sounds like 2008 era dubstep crossed with a parliamentary debate. Girlfriend is a fan, some of it is quite danceable. Alright, what's this? I made the pub, and it comes to light those Chen Shang microcontrollers we use everywhere have a secret instruction that isn't in any of the documentation. It takes the form of Gen P R I R I, and it can. Okay. So we can actually go back and refine a lot of our designs that way, I think. So on any I/O pin, the signal switches on then off for however many time units you want using the last two operands. Gen PXY is equal to 100 sleep X. It's in the documentation, the Chinese version. Just like the at conditional. Oh no. Oh no. I need to write this down. I need some note paper. Okay, so Gen P RI. Oh, so Gen P. So Gen P generate pulse. Sleep. Goes to code. Move 100 P. Sleep 1. MOV 100 or 0. P. Sleep 2. Refer to page EGA 33X DSR4. PGA. Ah, okay, this Chinese one. Yeah, that's not helpful. I can't read Mandarin. Yet. I want to do it at some point in my life. That is just mean. Rude. Rude. Okay. Alright, so generate pulse code. Alright. The what? Putting an @ symbol at the beginning of an instruction causes it to execute only once. It's him. That is just, I like that. That's funny. It's code to execute once. Total. Alright, and then this page is going into my language references. Right there. Wonderful. Let's quickly go back and work on something then. So, what was it? The buzzer? So, I could have, I can write right. So plus gen p. I probably don't need to use caps, do I? Gen p. It probably actually doesn't matter knowing freaking syntax most of the time. 1 1 like that. Invalid register. No, it is a capital P, isn't it? Oh no, the P is where it needs to go. P1, P1. Right, because one of these sleeps wasn't optional. Can I do a 0? Oh my god. That is so mean. God, I love it. That is such a dick move. I freaking love it. I literally his reaction. Just like the ad conditional. The what? Execute only once. There's so many optimizations you can do now. Oh my god. I just want to go back and do everything again. Alright. Color change. Oh god, what is that? Parts. I doubt it's gonna be in the parts, is it? Lux Industry. Is that it? No. Oh, can't find it. Alright. Okay. Radio RX is a non-blocking X-bus input connected to a radio receiver. Oh, yay, radio. Color changing vape pen. The things you get to do. RGB are simple outputs connected to an ultra bright RGB tricolor LED from top to bottom. When a data packet is received over the radio, Pulse the LED as specified. Data packet is received while the pulse is in progress. Interrupt that pulse. Ew. Okay. Now we're working with different packets. Okay. HCF support, what's that? And halt and catch fire? Again, what is that? I don't know if you're making a joke or an actual question. That's how uninformed I am. Okay, yep, sorry, 1 second. I honestly don't know the slang. Halt and catch fire computing. It causes to cease meaningful operation? Huh. I've never heard that slang before. That's interesting. Okay, so literally just destroy your CPU. Got it. Interesting. Part not correct. Wow, okay, they don't recommend any new parts. Okay, just microcontrollers. Well, yeah, it doesn't seem that hard. Some old machine that could cause this endlessly count until you rebooted it. Yeah, just put it into an infinite loop. Right. So, RGB. I don't really need to do that, do I? No, I do need to do that. Alright. How do I specify the pulse length then? Oh, the pulse length tells me how long to send it in the controller. Okay. And these aren't X buses, are they? No. That's interesting. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. So it looks like there's only increments of 25, except for the pulse duration. Do I just use 3 microcontrollers, 1 for each value? Yeah, I was just confirming that there. The little yellow dot. Oh wait. That's the first solution that comes to mind, is just 3 microcontrollers. Each with their own pin going in. I assume there's an easier solution. but this is the one that immediately comes to mind. Oh no, because yeah, I know this is already broken. That was just like the first thought that came to my mind. I already see that it doesn't work, because okay, so yeah. I knew that was the wrong one. I was just like, well, that's all I can think of for now. No, I need one of these to control the inputs and sort them. So Christ. So it goes for 4 ticks. 1, 2, or then all of them shut off until the next order. Okay. So I will need to do an RX check every time, or else I won't be able to interrupt. So let's start with that. Move. Well, where do I move the RX? Like, how does the data come in? I don't even know. Like, I assume it's one after the other? If it's in a packet, how does it get received? Like, just one after the other on a read? How do you write to it then? Here. You want to watch a movie? Aww. Well, have fun, Pander. Or at least try to. I'll be around a little while longer. God, we've been live 5 hours? Man, time does fly by playing this game. You too. When I eventually log off. I don't have school tomorrow, so. Let's just move X0 into the accumulator for now and see what happens. So. Sleep 1. 0. Do I have to have 4 separate read orders? For it to read in the same tick? Oh my god. Okay. This is gonna be fun. Alright. So. It needs to read. God, okay. I need a minimum of 1 other microcontroller because there's just not enough pins. So, what would that do? Big thinks, big thinks. So, in between all of these, we probably need to write what's in the accumulator to another source for it to get anywhere in a timely fashion. I mean, the easiest way I could think of that is just add 3 microcontrollers and each of them handles a color. I mean, it's the dirtiest way of doing it, but I think it would work. We need at least one more, so let's get one more. You deal with red. Okay. There's a start. Then how do we control the pulse length? Okay, so the first one is the red value. We can't send them to the thing first without reading all the values, because then it won't transmit the pulse length. I don't think. I'm trying to think of how this works. It's just... See, this one's a little harder to get my head around, because the pulse length comes in last. So, thinking of how that works, I need the... So, for the green-blue microcontroller, I need it to send the green-blue value constantly for a set amount of time. Experiment. I always try and think things through in my head. Like I'm trying to come up on a plan of action right now. Because like, if we get the timer value, put it into the data, and then we run a loop in here that checks whether the... No, because then these won't do anything. Actually, no, it's uninterruptible, so those will keep running even if we do other checks. Okay, so we pull the timer. Well, we pull the red, we store it in the accumulator, pull the green, send it to the other one, pull the blue, send it to the other one, pull the timer, store it in data. So I think I need another 5 just to have the 2 color values. So green and blue get stored in there under accumulator and data. Then on the tick, this is so hard. Okay, and then so it reads red. It gets sent to P1. It reads this, it gets sent to X2. It reads this, it gets sent to X2. It then reads the timer and stores it in the accumulator. What we then need to make it do is send out a pulse. Ugh. This is becoming spaghetti. Oh no, that one doesn't fit. God. There. No, that one doesn't. Oh my lord. Why is this so hard? I can't even arrange the microprocessors. There we are. In before I have to tear this apart. There. Okay. So. Then it reads the accumulator value. Okay, so that becomes the timer. X1 goes into the accumulator, so that becomes green, that becomes blue. We then need to set it to send out a pulse. That will turn on. So this one doesn't matter. This one doesn't need the timer because it's always broadcasting directly from the source. So, no, it won't, because then it'll turn to -999. Okay, well, that's why we have two things. We can store that in data. And then that becomes data. Okay. Okay. Move x1 ACK, move x1 dat. So we have red, green, blue, timer. This is already a mess. Alright. On the pulse, we want it to subtract 1 from the accumulator. Sub 1, move ACK to P1, move 1 to X2, move. Oh, this is such a mess. This is so gross. There's no way this works. If it does, I'm gonna jump out the frickin' window. But for now, let's just play with it so I can get something to play with. So that reads both the green values. Slip 1. Righty-ho. Does a test wait? I assume it waits. X1 equal to 1. Move ACK to P1. Move dat to p0, and remove this one. There's no way this works. No. We're getting something though. What's happening? It receives the 0. Sends it in. That becomes 100. X0 into the accumulator. Subtract 1. Move into there. Wait a minute, what? Move ACK? No, not ACK. Dat to P1. Step, step, step. Okay. Okay, so all our color values are red. Subtract 1 from the timer. Move data to pin 1. So nothing. Move 1 to over X2, which reads it. Move that to P1. Move that to P2. Sleep. Reset. Move. Ah. I see the problem. Okay. It took a while. Okay, yeah, when it's everything gets reset to 999. Okay. So do we just do a check for that? And then put all of this on an... Because that's the only other value. Test if equal to... God, that feels so dirty though. I feel like it should work though. What? Oh, test if... What is that? X0 equal to negative 999. If true, move everything. Oh no. If false, move everything. If false, update all values. If not, or if true, move data. Complete all other values. No, these just have to be done regardless. They're not conditional. Okay. The spaghetti's getting real. Oh, God. They have to occur. That's the thing. Okay, so... I think we're reaching the same problem as the last radio one, or the very first radio one, is that... I mean, there is a very dirty way of doing this. I think. And that's to make all of these equal in size. I felt I was very close, but it's the blank space again that's ruining me, the -999. That ruins the plan, otherwise it would be quite easy. Can I translate the other values over the X bus if I move? No, because then I don't have any real estate for the pins. Actually, I can do it if I move this up. Something like that. And then it waits for the values. I'm trying to get it in a way that it bypasses the data transfer between the chips, because that's unblockable. So if I can get it so it sends it, does a check, but then it won't be in order. Let's do what I had before. Yeah, we get the correct pulse for the first section, and then the dead space kills me. Which is interesting. Let me go back and look at my other solution. No, it was this one, wasn't it? No, it wasn't this one. Reality buzzer, it was this one. Okay, so but this was just one value, not a whole packet. All the same, wouldn't it just be the same? Test if it's equal to 1. Do we just do tests on all the moves? And if it's equal to -999, it's obviously fake. Because if I don't do it all in one chip, then these will read the same value. Right? Actually, no. Yeah, if we do it, have it read x2, x2, comment these out. Wait a minute, what? That worked? Why did that work? So it moves red. Why do they take turns? I don't know the priority on this. But for some reason, it's lining up in the exact priority I want. But... so... maybe? If it's not, run this. This is so goddamn messy. Why is that wrong? Right, the rest of it doesn't trigger. Move sub. So if equal to 0, it's intentionally random. It doesn't look like it's random. It was, well, maybe it is later, but for the first pulse it was working, but we'll see. Minus, it's 0. Don't do this one. Don't do these and instead skip. Wait, no, that one needs to happen regardless. No, because that, I'm stupid. DQ if the accumulator is at 0. Move. If the accumulator is at 0, do not do that. Do move. Well, we'll see. This is just working in my head. I know it won't work because it's already a mess. Okay. And now it's just not working. All right. Back to whatever square we were on. Okay, let's do the rearrange. So I liked how it was set up. Actually, no, it doesn't really matter, but we'll do it like that for now. So we get it to pulse, but once again, only for the first, because the minus 999 cancels out any data values I have stored. But if I start doing tests for if it is 999, then it becomes out of whack. This is where memory might actually be useful. But so we have the timer set up fine, but after the first pulse, when we read all the data, it all gets immediately lost because the radio goes back to 999 negative. So how do we solve that? We want to not constantly read it. Maybe. If we do a test equal to, does that use up the value? So 0 gets sent. Yes, it does. It uses it up. Data store, and the green gets stored in... Yeah, the green gets stored in the red split. And everything goes one behind. Yeah, the timer gets stored over here. Right, so anytime we read from the RX thing, it advances it. So there's no room for the 999 check without overwriting the value we have. Let me look at the information docket. So how do we read all 4 packets of the thing without having them, without losing that value? Do I need another controller as a sort of checker? I don't have the space for another controller. Once I set a simple pin to some value, it will remain at that value if I don't disturb it. So what you're saying is I can store it in data and do checks on that. The problem is once it's stored, then I can't keep checking. I see what you're getting at, but how does that help me? Okay. Well, because I still have to read... Send the stored value to red and leave it be. Yes, but then how do I update it from then on? So send it, like... Okay, so... We send it to pin 1. Pin 1 is now set to 0. And we'll do nothing for the next 999 ticks until done. But then to read any change... Okay, let's see. So instead of just reading through the XBus constantly, we read checks for values that are not 999. When a check is successful, it sends the data to all the pins, sets the timer, and the timer will run on... Okay. That makes sense. Now, how do I implement it? Let's see. Test if this is equal to that. So, if it is not, we run another set of commands. No, because then that doesn't work. Because we have to test it anyway. Because then we lose that first value. So how do we do it when it's not? Need one. I can like this fit. Yeah, I know that, but if I keep checking for minus 999, then when I do that check on the 0, I lose the red value because that's used up checking to see if it's equal to 999. Or negative 999. And then the green value gets saved as red. The blue value gets saved as red. The timer gets saved as blue, and there's no timer. I need to save it first. Read it. Okay. So that's how we solve that. So I have to move it into data. It has to be moved into data or I lose it. Then we check the data to see if it's less than 999. If it is not, move data to pin 1. Move. Is that it? No, okay. Right, because we need to... Okay. Okay, we need to rewrite this. So move this into data. Check if it's less than 999. So that uses up 0, so let's run a first check. That becomes 0. Check if it's less. If it's not, move it into P1. That doesn't use that up. Then we read X0 3 more times to get our green, blue. Is it just as simple as a sleep? No, because then if there's no value, then it won't get updated. Do I do this? I think I have to do the same thing on the other one. Move x0.dat. Move dat over x2. And then we do a... No, yeah, and then we do a data check. No. Move x1 to data. Test if equal to dat 999. If true, wait for these, move them to P1 and P2 respectively. P0. TEQ X11. Okay, and then we... Is that it? No. Let's not... Why is that not being read? So, and then it goes in. Oh, I didn't make these optional. Yeah. No, green and blue don't get saved. Oh. And we move the timer check. Nope, no, that's all wrong. But it's running, so alright. Some fine-tuning needs to be done. Let's look. So data gets moved into data here. Both sides read data as -999. It is true. So -1 from the accumulator. Move 1 times 2. Wait, so move 1 over x2. Wait, what? Move. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so move data, x2. That receives it, goes in, goes into data. Test if equal to true, so that doesn't get run. Subtract 1 from the accumulator. Move data over pin 1, 0. Move 1 over x2. I'm not saving the timer value. Move 1 over x2? I think I need to sync the timers somehow. So this just subtracts 1 from the accumulator, which is our timer. Then it moves that over pipeline 1, so it sets the red value in there. I don't need to do that, because it's done up here, or not at all. I don't need to send constantly constant. Constantly send it. Sendently constant? Constantly send it. So subtract 1 from the timer. Move 1 over x2, which is our binary counter. So what if I do test of equal to accumulator 0. Wait, no, it needs to be greater than 0. If it is, subtract 1, move 1 over, act as our constant tick over here, sleep for 1. So move x1 to that, do the test. If it is not negative, move x1 looks like someone's getting a bit sleepy. A little bit. I think this is going to be my last one. I know what I have to do here. Let's see. So accumulator is 0. If it's greater than 0, subtract 1 from it, send 1 tick over here to act as a go. So this has moved them in to the new values if possible. It will then sleep until there is a value on x2 or x1. Best puzzle is right next. Tempting. I'll look at it. I'll look at it. We'll see. SLXX1. Move. No. Doing it this way is stupid. The accumulator is our timer, so we just synchronize it between the two. So move ACK over x2, move x1 to ACK, sub 1, oh, I thought it was working for a sec there. So what happens here? Oh, it doesn't cancel out when the thing is dead. Okay. So less than ACK 1 move pin 1, no, 0 onto pin 1, move 0 onto pin 2. P0. Same with this one. Less than, just, and P1. Oh, it ends 1 tick short? What? Okay, so step by step. Oh, because it subtracts first. I just put the subtract after? But then I feel like they won't be accurate. No, that should work. There we go. Oh. Ain't that pretty to look at? What a goddamn mess. Woo! Okay. Bathroom. And we'll look at the last one. Maybe we'll do the... Since you're here, Maze. Since you've stuck it out and helped me so much. We'll do the last one. Then bed. Bathroom first, though. Alright. Look at the pretty lights. Alright, we got it to work. Alright, next one. Greetings all. With every project we take, there are factors we can control and factors we cannot control. We could not control the fact that Cool Dad was arrested and jailed for possession of amphetamines as he attempted to enter Japan, thus cancelling the world tour. However, there was something under our control, and that was the terms of the deal. We could have negotiated a better contract that would have allowed us some recourse if something like this happened. Instead of leaving us on the hook with 100,000 useless color changer light up vapes for us to dump at basement prices just to get rid of them. Alright. Yeah, we read this one. So let's open it up. Okay. X and Y are simple inputs connected to an unknown device. Presumably some type of position sensor. Power is a simple output connected to an unknown device, presumably some type of motor or high power switch. Map the XY coordinates to the corresponding power value as specified in Poseidon 779's geometric specifications, which can be found in the supplemental section data of the manual. Supplemental data. Here we are. This is a geometric visualization of a state space. 2A27 actuator must take a value as shown in the specifications, dependent on inputs as described. The zero value area in the middle is required so the actuator avoids the flux point. Create a device that maps given coordinates to the corresponding power value as specified in this geometric visualization. So we're working off of this. I wonder real quick. Let me open that up again. I'm just getting the PDF so I can have this on screen for you guys. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? A little bit further down. There we go. Add an image. go. And I'll just keep that relatively in the corner there. Okay. Open design. I don't know how easy that is to see, but... So... I need to see this constantly. So when x is less than 20, power is always 30. I should write this out. So, where's my pencil? There it is. New paper. Poseidon. So when x is less than 20, at any point, power is 30. No matter what the y value is, because it takes up this entire little, the entire side here, top to bottom, it's always 30. Okay. Now, this square in the middle, 50 and 80, is going to be hard. So if x is less than 40, less than or equal to 40, or equal to 40, and y is less than or equal to 40, but less than 80, let's just rewrite that because I messed it up. All right, x is less than 40, and y is less than equal to 40 and less than 80. Power is 50. Greater than or equal to 60. So that means that's center point. So actually this has to be x is less than or equal to 40 and less than 60. Just doing the math here. All right, it's not math; it's just basic algebra. But which I guess is math. It's math. Fuck it. I call it math. It's math. So if the x value, oh my god. It's equal to 30. I need to make like a fucking spreadsheet for this. Or so x less than 60, greater than or equal to 40. Power is y is also 80. Power is equal to 50. Well, if x is less than 80, but greater than or equal to 60. And the same y values, 40, y 80, power is equal to 80. And then all other values is equal to 30. Okay, we have our baseline. So I can put this away. Kind of. I think. Alright. Now we can work. Oh, okay. X and Y are simple inputs. Just, what, we need 2 microcontrollers minimum. So, because there's 3 pins here. We'll use the big one for our calculation. Pin 0, pin 0. And then we get our X buses. Righto. This should be actually kind of easy, I would think. Is it not? Is the complexity just because we... Don't we just... Okay. So we read the X and transmit it over here. Read the Y, plug those into accumulator and data. And just through less thans and greater than. Oh, that's a lot of code though. That is a lot. I need how many minimum? The question is, how do I condense all these greater thans and less thans into, was it 13 lines? Not even? That's the puzzle. 14 lines. Okay. How do we do this? We have 2 cases where power is 30. That's a start. I mean, yeah, we can definitely get that bit. For now, let's just do the data transfer over. So, move P0 to X0. Sleep 1. Oh, that's so stupid. Move P0 to AC. Move X0 to DAT. Should probably do this the other way around. Eh. Oh, I didn't put a sleep in. Yes, okay. That constantly reads the correct values. Very good. It's very power heavy, but it works. Now, how do we get 1, 2, layering this is going to be hell. Oh god. So if X is less than 20, wait, which one's which? I should put them on top and bottom. Move P0 into the accumulator. Let's swap those around. Just makes my brain work it easier if X and Y are after each other. Okay. So if less than AC 20 P1 30. Move P1 30. Move 30 onto P1. The syntax, the syntax. Hey, we got one ping here. And oh wait, no, that's 0 as well. Shit. Is there no point where X is less than 20? Oh shoot. I don't get it. To test that one. Oh well. Is there a way to get a new test? Oh well. Okay, so that's that one done. The problem is the square in the middle where it shifts it up. How do we... Now it's going to be layers. Like if it's this, do this, or otherwise this, or otherwise this, or otherwise this, and that's how we get the power. Right. So the only Y values that matter are from 80 to 40. So that's 2 lines. So when we do the check for X values greater than 20, once we determine where that X is, whether it's in the 0 zone or in the 30 zone, then we do the Y check to determine if it's in the 50 or the 80 zone. And if it's neither, it doesn't. Okay, so that's 2, 4. I think we have enough space here. No, because 4, 8. Oh, it's gonna be tight because we have to do a move for each one. So then we do the rest of the X derivations. So okay, so if it's lower than 20, the 30 triggers. If it's greater than or equal to 60, that's not a thing, is it? Well, I can just do greater than 50. So if target is accumulator is greater than 59, no, because then it multiplies. Oh, this is going to be... It's greater than 59. If this is true, it's greater than dat 39. Plus target less than dat 80 plus move P1 80. P1. I don't have enough lines. Or do I? Because we have jumps. But do the jumps help? I just remember that jumps exist. Hold on. If I ask for a hint, that'll be my one thing is, do you use jumps? On the specified label? Is that the line? Okay, so I have to specify points to jump to. Okay. If I use jumps. So this is set X, set Y. Test for the first bar. If so, put P1 there. Test for, this is testing for the 80. And then otherwise I want it to be 30. How do I get that in? So target is greater than 59. So 60. So that's this zone. All right, data is greater than 39 but less than 80. Move 80 onto the pipe. And then is it just negative move 30 P1? No, because now I'm getting a constant 30 drone. But it's detecting the 80s. Now, okay, if the target is greater than 59, no, we layer it in, so it's greater than 15, target is greater than 59, move 30 P1, and then it will overwrite it. There we go. Although we got a false positive there. So step, 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 step. Target. Greater than 39. Less than 80. Oh, X is 81? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't put an upper limit on it. Shoot. So now I've gotten this, I wish I could draw on the friggin' image, but if you look at it, the right hand 30 zone, I've gotten the top and upper boundaries, but the space right of 80 I still haven't defined. That's why I'm getting that one tick, because it detects that it's in the correct Y zone, but it's not, it's just detecting greater than 60. It's not detecting also less than 80. This is just a layering game. And then just the overwriting. Oh god, this is... Okay. They have to be done from greatest to smallest. So we have 1, 2, 3 checks. Everywhere there's a line, there's a check. So we have 1, 2... So we have 1 check, 2 check, 3 check, 4 check, 5 check, 6 check, 7 check. That's 7 checks. I assume. For our boundaries. With 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 values? Or 4? That makes 12. I sleep 113. It should all fit. Oh god, okay, it's just getting the order right. So we need to work from top to bottom. Oh no, because I also have these. We'll see, we'll see. It could be pretty damn close. You're enjoying this, aren't you, Whale? Alright, Act 59. Okay, so there's our Y check. That's the last thing we do. Which is not good, because then we have to duplicate it for the 50 zone. I don't want to have to do this twice. But I feel like that's the only thing I can do. Wait, I can do... This deals with X's. So, why don't we do some... Yeah, I think I may have just had a breakthrough on how we reduce lines of code in here, because there's not going to be enough lines in here. But if we do the X checks in here, before we pass it... Just a fun concept. It is interesting. I will grant you, move pin 0 to the accumulator. So, if... Wait, no, I can just do the check straight away. If TLT P0 20 accumulator. We'll just say add 1. If that is true, add 1. If TLT is P, no, target is greater than P0 39. Add 2. Doing it in adds is stupid. I should set them. Move 1 to ACK, because then it will just accumulate. Move 2 to ACK. P0. I'm not going to have enough here, am I? have all the Y checks. No, there's not enough space in here, but if I flip them around, there might be. Because there's less Y checks. There's only 3 vertical Y checks. So if instead you handle the Y, all right. I don't want to delete that because it seems useful. Can you resize nodes? No. All right. Okay. So again, let's make them go to the same connections. Let's make things easier. So it is a really nice concept. Like, I do like it. Having it be very geometric. It is just a bunch of greater thans, less thans. But you have to layer them in a way that it doesn't... It's really an efficiency puzzle, because if you had infinite lines of code, this would be easy. But you have to keep overwriting it to save the data, and then you finally push one out the door. Instead of just going push out, push out, push out, push out, then you keep losing time. Hang on, that sounds easier. I don't know. Let's work with the Y here. So if, so read, okay. Target is greater than target P0 greater than 39. Move 1 into the accumulator. If P0 wait, no, this needs to be multiple. This just needs to be a trigger. Target less than P0. Why am I writing this out again? I have the code. P0, P0. That one stays, this one doesn't. If both of these are true, push move accumulator to 1. Move 1 to the accumulator. Move x0. Move the accumulator over x plus 0. Set accumulator back to 0. Sleep 1. So now, anytime... Let's just comment out this code for now. Now, anytime the... yeah. You know what I'm going to say. Oh. Let's just... There we go. All right, so advance. So that's greater than. 1 goes to the accumulator. 1 goes over. 1 gets sent over. Okay, yeah. Okay, so that's our Y checker. That just checks the Y box because everything else is vertical. So that should save us a couple lines on the big one. Okay. Move P0 data. Move X 0 data. accumulator. Okay, that's done. So if this pin is less than 20, P1 move a value of 30 over P1. Yeah. There we go. Okay. And for the next ones, yeah, that should save us 2 lines of code each, I would think. So, because we don't have to check for vertical, 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 we just have to check, is it 1 or 0? So that halves the number from 4 to 2 for y checks by putting it into here and sending it over as a binary value. So now we do, is it... Wait, do we work from the top down? Maybe we work from the top down. So this section is no, we don't. Well, we have to do it from that split point. Okay, so if the accumulator is greater than 59 and if data, I've done this the wrong way around again. No, I haven't. Oh, it's just written in the wrong way around. P0 goes into, no, it is the wrong way around. Hack dat. If the ACK is less than 59, yes. Pin 0 goes into accumulator, X0 goes into data. Okay. If target ACK is greater than 59, and okay, then run a check if dat is 1. If 1 is true, then it's in the box, meaning move P1 80. I keep doing them the wrong way around. P1 negative move 30 P1. Okay. Oh. It's not getting the 80 for some reason. Okay. So ACK is greater than ACK is 71. Greater than ACK 59. Dat 81. Oh. Equals. There we go. That should fix that. What? It's still triggering 1 early? Why does it trigger 1 early there? Okay. Step, 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 step. Go. Yeah, why is it sending an 80 there? So what should be saying here? X is 81, so it's here. Y is 49. So it's next to the box. Less than 80. Okay, so 81 and 49 are going in. Move P0 to the accumulator. Accumulator becomes 81. Is greater than 39? True. Target is less than 80. True. This one waits for input. Move 1 over the accumulator. Move over. Oh, I don't have the right check again. Okay. So if it's greater than 59, also it's less than accumulator, less than 80. That should work. There we go. Now we just have to sort out the zero and the 50. Okay, good. We're almost there. So now we do literally the same thing, but on another side. 5 lines. There we are. So. Move 30, so. If target is less than 60, if the ACK is less than 60, but the ACK is greater than 39, and that is 1. I'm 1 short. I'm 1 line short. Maybe if we don't store it in the accumulator, that saves us this line. We change all of this to pin 0. Oh, I can't double click to select individual lines. All right. 0. Dat 1. Then move a value of 50 over P1. Otherwise, it is not, so move a value of 0 over P1, and that should do. No! Alright, what was wrong? Where did it die? Okay, it died on this 80. Am I missing a... Okay, step. Step. Okay. Values going in are 71 and 57. Meaning it is right about here. It's in the bottom right of the 80. So, move. So, we're waiting for the in. Our program has determined it is inside the 5080 box. It writes that to dat1. Target checks if P0 is less than 80. It is. Checks if dat is equal to 1. It is. Move 80 across P1. Does that. Target is less than... Or P0 is less than 60. No. Otherwise, move. Ah, okay. Maybe I can I move this below here? Otherwise, move 0 over P1? Because then it'll check if it's less than, I'll check if it's less than 60. Well, let's just run it. No, it's just dead the whole time. Right, because this will be an if-or. It's like, if it's not less than 20, then it'll just do nothing. At the very end. Right. This close. This close. So close you can't even see it. How do I get it to specify 0? Wait, do I even need that line? Yes, I do, because it's... But where do I put it? Where do I put the set to 0? Because now the baseline is 30. Where does it go? Where does it go? Where? It's got to be somewhere in that stack. But where? There's two 30s in there. Is there ability to merge them? So let's separate these. That gets us our data file. Or whether it's in the box or not. This section determines the right half, the 3080. This section determines the less than 20. And currently, this section determines the 50 box, but it doesn't determine the 0 box because there's not enough room. Oh, we're this close. There's gotta be some way I can rearrange it. I have one line of code. How do we solve this problem? Maybe go to sleep, come back later with a clear head? Not when I'm this close! That's such a mean thing to say. It's right there. I know it is. It's staring me right in the face. I mean, the easy solution is just to add another processor. If we have more lines of code, it's easy. But I feel I can just shove it into here. I'll look at it for another minute or two, and if it doesn't, I'm just going to throw in another processor and just make it work. There's gotta be a way to get it into that processor. There has to be. Because it's one line, but where do I put it and what do I alter to put it in there? No, screw it. You're right. We'll solve the problem in a more expensive way. At least I think this will solve the problem. This is really a hammer to kill a gnat. What happens if two of them send two different signals? It's whichever one gets sent last, I would assume. There's a problem, yeah. What happens if they send two different signals at different times? Yeah, that's the problem with that. It's gotta be there. It's gotta be there. I just have to find one way I just put the less than 20 at the top and then make everything optional? No, because then that will make that optional. One ruined. Which is actually fine. Because this is the only absolute. So let's try that. This is the only one that doesn't rely on any other. Does it still function? Okay. Sets everything. Okay. Okay. And then minus move. This isn't gonna work. No. Yeah, now every point that has the 80-30 split is gonna get ruined by that 0 PL. Because of the way different operands work. The plus or minuses. There's no way, let me have a look at that documentation again. Because that's all this thing is, so I better look at it really closely. TCP. If I have been completely ignoring this one, compare the value of the first to the second. Okay. I think that's it, right? No, it isn't. Because then that would just be that one. The value of the first to the value of the second. See conditional execution page 2. This is page 4 of 4. Oh, it's on page 2. Here we are. Prefixing an instruction with a plus or minus to be enabled or disabled by test instructions. When an instruction is disabled by test instruction, it will be skipped and will not consume power. Instructions with no prefix are never disabled and always execute normally. All conditional instructions start in a disabled state. A test instruction must be executed to enable conditional instructions. So the last one should be the one that checks. So what if I do it like this? If it's less than 60, greater than 39, this one. I move this back down to the bottom. Is it just the ordering? I wonder. Okay, so this is this is negative, so negative ones will run. Set to 30, 0. No, fuck. So way to, is there an easier way to do that? Oh, toggle a breakpoint? What do you mean toggle a breakpoint? Oh, it goes there. Okay. That would have been very useful. Okay, so we get here. 50 is currently going, it needs to go to 80. So we go step. Target E is greater than 59, yes. Lower than 80, yes. Data is true, yes. 80, move. It's less than 0, no. It's the way the conditionals flip the plus and minus. I thought it's not like an if else where it's like if run this. It's like if true, run everything. If false, run everything on the minus. So that's why things keep getting set to 0 despite it being in the right place. Maybe having it all go through one microcontroller is too much. It's just such a garbled mess. I don't think it can give valid instruction as close as I can. Do I have to split it up to another microcontroller? And then transfer the data between those, and then send it to the power? Because it... Okay, so if it's greater than... Oh god, this hurts. I want to finish this one. I want to finish it. I'm this close, I can tell. I'm a fucking idiot, but I don't think that's gonna change much. Let's see. Less than 20. Oh god, how long was that there? How long was that there? Still no works. And now it stops? Oh no, because I put the breakpoint in. Oh, it's worse. Less than 60, but greater than 20. Move 0 onto P1. Unless... Wait, why is it breaking immediately? In... Oh. Not true. I'll move 30. Right, because... it should be 0. It's above 20, but below 18. So it's in the flux point, so it should be 0. Why is it 30? So the last one was negative, so it moves 30 on, thinking it's the opposite of that one. So now we check if it's less than 60, which it is, which flips it again. Oh. What happens if I just put a greater than here? What if I just flip the operands? Wait a minute. So I put another negative here. Same problems. Come on. I know it's right here. I know it. I'm gonna look at the numbers again. Maybe there's a mathematical way to do this instead of just checking all the time, because the checks keep flicking over and I hate it. What on fuck is this? Hey Beeble, you're a bit late to the party. Trying to solve problems. 30, 50. Hang on. So you probably would. As soon as I solve this problem, which may take the next hour, may take it 5 minutes, I would definitely recommend going back and watching the VOD, because you'll probably enjoy it. The thing I'm noticing from this diagram, which instead of looking at all the greater thans, less thans, which I thought would just be the easy way of determining things, is that the square, where it splits, where it's placed, both sides, if you subtract 50, you get the value they're on, or add 50. Yeah. Yeah. So In the 0 zone, if you add 50, you get the box. And we still have some space down here. Hang on. So if we just determine what the box is in one of these, and then if that's if it's in the box, if it's in those coordinates, add 50 over one of the X buses. To whatever value comes out. And if it's not in the box, don't add anything, which also solves the less than 20 problem. Let's try and implement that. I think that's it. All right, so this needs to move over because we need both pins here. Pin 1. Okay, you go away. So we need to determine both the X and Y if it's in the box. So if you go back and look at the easier ones, people, it's actually very easy once you get the hang of it. No, we don't want to move anything. So if it is, so we want to determine what is in the box. So it has to be in the box. It has to be, according to this diagram, greater on the y-axis than 39, which is correct. Lower on the y-axis than 80. Yes. Greater than P1, just the x-axis, which is the same values, 39, it's a box. Less than P1, 80. It leads you into it? It does lead you into it. This is literally 7 hours in, so we're kind of pro now. Have a good laugh at that as you will. If this is so if all of this is true, it means it's in that box, which means we can add 50. So move, no, if all this is true, so continue adding. So move x1 50. If not, move x1 0, because it's going to be expecting an answer. I've got this the wrong way around. 50 x1 negative move 0 x1, because whether it's true or false, the X bus will expect, yeah, it will expect something to come over. Sleep 1. And I believe that's that one coded. I don't want to delete all that, just in case. Can I get rid of all of it? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. Why did I get rid of it? Where? X1. Pin 0, because it still has to read the X value here to know if it's less than 20. Pin 1 goes here. So X1, move X1 into the accumulator. When that's done, so now we check the X's and Y's. So if it's greater than 20, so target greater than P0 less than 20. So greater than 19. Because it will include 20. Then also target is less than pin on pin 0 60, greater than or equal to 60 is that line. So yeah, less than 60. Then that means it's in the center bit, so 0. And all we do is we transmit P1 0. Wrong way around. If it's not there, then we add 30 over P1, sleep 1. Oh wait, yeah, it goes into the ACK first. Plus add P add. No. Right, to add we have to put it into the ACK first. So move that into the accumulator. Add no, because then that overwrites this one. These are like circuit boards? Yeah, they're like PCBs. And these little microcontrollers and stuff. And you're coding them. So... God. Oh, don't tell me I've gotten rid of all that code for nothing. I could have sworn this was it. Okay, so... we move... X1 onto the accumulator. If it's in 19 and 60, then it's a 0. If it's not in that, then we add 30 on each side. So both sides are 30. And then the top and the square will add another 50. Okay, so that's right. So how do I add... No, this is just add, no, add 0. Yeah, just plus move at to pin 1. If it's 0, yes. And if it's not... No, because then that... Yeah, if it's 0, then there's no need to add. Oh god, this hurts my brain. Move 30. No, I want to add 30 to the ACK if this is negative. And then move the accumulator to P1. Whoa! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yay! Oh god, that's working. Okay. Okay, good. I was on the wrong track. Oh my god, Maze, you evil person. How long did you know I was doing it completely the wrong way? Because I thought it would just be all complete greater thans, or equal tos, or less greater thans, less thans to determine the locations. But then I looked at the numbers. The numbers, Mason. And then I was just like, wait a minute. If in the square means a plus 50, then we can just tack that on. And that saves so much code as well. This thing was full. Oh my god, look at that. Alright, let's put this one away. Oh my good gravy. Neat. Oh my god, there's so much more stuff. Alright, let's do a quick game of solitaire before we go to bed. New game. Okay. Five, 4, there's another 4 here. Which one's better? This one. 3. Oh, 7 can go over here. I think I'm screwed. Need that one. Where's the black one? There it is. Okay, so if I move, I can get rid of the greens if I move 7 and 9 on there. And then that gives me access to that one, that one, that one, and that 9. Doesn't free up that last one there. Oh well, let's try it. Yeah. There's not much to do with what's left. In fact, I don't think there's anything to do. Oh, we can do that. Which doesn't help at all. Oh well, come back to it later. Anyway, that was Shenzhen, and that was actually a lot of fun, so I'm probably going to be doing more puzzles later. Either next week definitely, or some other time during the week if I have more time. But like I said, college has started up again. I'm in my final semester. So it's going to be exciting times ahead. Very exciting. But I'm going to say goodnight to everyone with some of my music again. Turn down Shenzhen. But yeah, thanks to everyone that has stuck around. For people that watch the VOD, these go straight to YouTube when I'm done with them for a permanent location to stay. So you can view all my past VODs on the YouTube channel. Link down below. It says Stream Archive just there. To that is also the link to my actual YouTube channel where I'd throw up some edit videos from time to time, as well as my Discord and Twitter. So feel free to follow up on those, just to let you know when I go up. And I'll see you next time.